We have therefore decided to cover only those that we can and are in line with your invitation. And we will be happy to take questions in others that we did not cover. Since we arrived at the University of Venda, we started to see fundraising activities advertised in the university newsletter only after the arrival of Prof. Mbati. And Honorable Chair, because the university keep archives of this can be verified. We are careful not to say they were not there, because they might have been there, and this is the fundraising, but not publicly advertised or reported upon. However, under the leadership of Prof. Mbati, the university newsletter was reporting on the funds that the university has raised through fundraising. It was with these funds, in addition to government funding, that the university started to expand its infrastructure. Before the arrival of Prof. Mbati, UNIVEN was just like most previously disadvantaged universities and relied mostly on government handouts. The university had only few accommodations, and we saw emergency accommodation made of prefab being established after SRC strike. I think it is important to note here, Chair, that this was not our strike. This is the strike of our four SRC leaders. But it was very helpful. This was followed by massive construction projects, which included, among the others, new lecture halls, renovation of old buildings, new student residences, paving of dusty places, the building of new science laboratories, increase of computer labs, and so forth. Honorable Chair, one of the challenges the Student Parliament has asked the DVC operations, Dr. Zyman, to account upon was the fact that some of these buildings took longer to complete. And our worry was that big companies were contracted to construct these buildings. In this specific case, a company, Group 5, was among the companies that were taking time to complete a building. And Dr. Zyman clarified that big companies were subcontracting smaller companies in line with the local economic empowerment. It is important to note that each year Dr. Zyman presented to the Student Parliament the status of the construction projects and how much the university was spending. We are happy to submit to you, Honorable Chair, that it was through our own proposals that the university distributed tablets to all students, and our postgraduates, especially PhD students, were borrowed laptops. Without a single match lead and the windows broken, we asked for the Wi-Fi across campus, and such was done. And this, of course, Honorable Chair, is under the leadership of Prof. Mbati. What you see the university doing under the COVID-inspired blended learning was long done at the University of Venda under the decisive leadership of Prof. Mbati. Because the SRC disagreed with the university from time to time, we have seen a student formation that once took the university to court over the issue of electricity. It was through that court process that we learned of the plan by the university to roll out standby generators to back up all campus buildings. Shortly after such a public disagreement, indeed, the plan was implemented, and UNIVEN became the rural-based institution that was not affected by the load shedding. Honorable Chair and honorable members, UNIVEN had a nursing qualification which saw our students commuting daily to various hospitals and clinics. This process is probably as old as the qualification itself. The powers that be did not see any reason, none whatsoever, to procure transport for these students, since it was obviously a costly exercise. But with the leadership of Prof. Mbati, we saw the rapid increase of university fleet, including multiple minibuses used primarily by these nursing students. University decreased the reliance on external transport as a result. Perhaps, Honorable Chair, and this is just perhaps, this has angered those who were financially benefiting from this exercise of transporting students using external transport. Honorable Chair, UNIVEN has been offering a degree in biokinetics amongst others. This saw our students having to practice their swimming in a nearby hotel because there was no swimming pool. Our sporting facilities were in shambles, but with the arrival of Prof. Mbati, this was things of the past, and we can confirm to you that UNIVEN was constructing its own swimming pool and new sports ground before we left that institution. Honorable Chairperson, notice how university offered qualifications for years without suitable facilities for students, let alone the steps taken to correct such injustice. Honorable Chair, Prof. Mbati did not only listen to us as SRC members, he gave both ears to all university structures. Indeed, not all our proposals were accepted, but proposals that were beneficial to teaching and learning and student welfare, he delegated his subordinates to attend to them immediately. However, to issues that divided the university, he will seek external interference in the form of independent consultants or auditors. Chair, on few occasions we asked for certain office bearers to be recused of their duties due to what we viewed as incompetence. Without narrowing this further down to protect the dignity of those who were implicated, although they don't deserve it, we would like to state that there was a year wherein exams for certain exit modules were not written because some people did not do their job. Obviously, without us justifying our call for everyone involved to be dismissed, we strongly believe that this committee will have asked for same if you have sent your dependents to a university and their final year exams were not written. We called for a strike that a university, I beg your pardon, we called for a strike and asked for an immediate investigation into that issue. Honorable Chair, we did not believe that a university that is dominated by interrelated personnel, as well as interpersonal problems that are typical at workplaces, could investigate each other and give us as well as those who will be implicated a fair result. Hence our determination that all investigations should be independent. I recall very well, Honorable Chair and members, we had a list of employees on our placards that were supposed to have been dismissed according to us. However, the forensic investigation, which we requested, narrowed down the number. Honorable Chair, I read this with anger coupled with shamefulness, that an educated parent can place a career of students whose parents depended on child grants in jeopardy. We know how those students were pushed to prostitution in order to get bread. It was us, Honorable Chairperson, and I led that process. The investor vendor had near the gate a park wherein our female students who were drowning in poverty will be pimped into prostitution by those with means. Chair, and of course I'm ashamed to say this in this sitting that even our own parents who worked at that university participated in these activities. This is something that has hurt us. We knew these students and they stayed with us, they attended with us, as well as studying with us. Honorable Chair, there is other information which these same parents of ours who happen to be the employees of this university has done, and we are not at liberty to put it here on record for the benefit of that institution. Honorable Chair and committee members, in line with the allegations of misusing forensic investigators, Does this committee think it was uncalled for to have an investigation into this mishap of not writing an examination in third year? What should we have done in this regard? Powerless as we were, poor as our parents were, couldn't afford the lawyers. What could we have done that you rely on the child grant on your third year when you're about to exit, you are not writing the examination? Today, Honorable Chair, we are here testifying for a man who aided us in bringing the dignity of the Black child instead of testifying on those implicated employees that they should not hold a public office in this country for what they have done to us. However, we are here, Chairperson and honorable members, testifying on behalf of a man who helped our university to be the university of choice, who have helped our university to be amongst the top 100 universities globally, as reported by the same university's communication newsletter. Indeed, Honorable Chair and the members, when Benjamin Rombo said, each time I want to fight for African rights, I use only one hand because the other hand is busy trying to keep away Africans who are fighting me. We have came to understand that very well. Outside the auspices of the SRC, Honorable Chair, the South African students wrote a petition to Prof. Mbati, and in that petition, they raised that the foreign students were given preference over South Africans. Honorable Chair, this issue nearly divided students deeply along the borderlines. To get to the bottom of it, Prof. Mbati appointed investigators who collected evidence across the student population. Being a person of foreign descent, Prof. Mbati had no other option of dealing with these accusations of preference of foreign students other than appointing South African investigators to look into this matter. Again, we ask, Honorable Chair, is it a true and sober position of this committee that this was an abuse of consultants as alleged? If this was not granted, we ourselves, as members of the SRC then, would have had some doubts about his leadership. We would have believed that there's something he is hiding, but that was not the case with Prof. Mbati. Honorable Chair, I truly cannot believe that this committee gives audience to an allegation that a forensic investigation can be abused by someone in a higher office, because this committee will know better that the oversight structures, which is the council, the SLC, and the unions, are the ones who will request these investigations when the need arises. However, with this kind of leadership, of listening to even unorganized students, clearly you will agree with us that this is a man who was attentive to all of the structures, and we place unorganized students, Honorable Chair and the members, in inverted commas, because naturally and procedurally, such petition was supposed to have been brought to the SRC, since it was the only recognized mouthpiece of the students. Honorable Chair, we had a collective mandate that the union staff members should do what they were paid to do. Actually, we were annoyed at the visible pattern of laziness, of always telling our students to come after 2. And as a result, we took a no exception approach in making sure everyone does their work. Although we were from destitute background, Honorable Chair and the members, we were not a group of fools. We were poor in pockets, but not in our minds. Although we had our own political differences when it comes to the interests, political differences, but when it comes to the interests of our students and that of the university, we did not mince our words. This was visible in the type of strikes that we led. In popular circumstances, student strikes will be accompanied by destruction of property. But in our case, because we had the best interest of our institution at heart, when we led a strike, we simply woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning and went to close all the university entrances. And this has helped us to resolve many of our issues without breaking any window and without any smoke. Honorable Chair, the leadership of Prof. Mbati has saved the university millions of rands by cutting off fruitless expenditure. It is imperative that we submit that we only noticed some of these fruitless as we aged. We were affected largely and painfully by this when they cut our infamous Freshers' Ball, as well as our yearly tours that each school will undertake with their students. It goes without saying that this caused a lot of turmoil between us and the university. And the student parliament deliberations were dominated by identifying what we deemed as fruitless expenditure. This placed our relationship with the university management on ice because we believed they were targeting our entertainment, and in return, the student parliament started to put an extra effort into university expenditure. Perhaps the seriousness of this was seen when the student parliament wanted to know the salary of an intern in the Vice-Chancellor's office. The parliament was arguing that that office does not qualify to have an intern while it has a PA. Honorable Chair, although it's not recommended to blow your own trumpet, I am not an ignorant person. Despite such, I did not know about the existence of the University of Venda, although I'm from Limpopo, and this is true to many of us. As such, when I was in grade 12, I applied at various universities except for Univen, which I never knew it existed. I would like to believe that this was so because the marketing was very poor or non-existent. However, like many others who came from financially embarrassed backgrounds, I end up walking into Univen and applying and registering as a walk-in after I heard of his name. And that was in 2006. Honorable Chair, I'm pleased indeed to submit to this committee that after the arrival of Prof. Mbati, until this date, Univen no longer accept walk-ins, meaning it was under the leadership of Prof. Mbati that Univen transformed itself into the university of choice. We started to see adverts on the electronic screens at intersections, even as far as Mbombela, and various newspapers. In 2006, when I joined the University of Venda, the University of Venda was 24 years old. At 24 years old, still relied on walk-ins, had no systems in place, students registered per semester, returning students and first entrance students all registered at the same time. Room allocation was done concurrently with registration, and there was no sign of any development. The university was surrounded by virgin land. Chair, the community adjacent to the university itself had no hope over that university. Is it a coincidence that the arrival of Prof. Mbati saw the virgin land outside the university and within the university being developed for student accommodation? Is it a coincidence that when we arrived at Univen, we were accommodated at people's homes because business people did not see a need to build the residences, despite knowing that the university is a permanent institution? Today, residences have mushroomed all over Maungani and Ngovela. These are the villages that are adjacent to the university. And of course, this is also one of the matters that the witnesses are talking about, the development that he had brought. Honorable Chair, the University of Venda was built on the land under the custodianship of Chivasa Royal Council. As such, it did not have a title deed. Honorable Chair, like any other university, University of Venda is dominated by the locals, which are Chivenda-speaking people. Despite this, it took someone born as far as the equator in Kenya to come and kickstart the process of the university having to acquire a title deed. and that was Prof. Mbati. And we thank the leadership of His Highness, Tobele Chibase, for playing a crucial role in this regard. Honorable Chair and the members, our children will live to ask questions on how people speaking the same language, all having the interest of the university, as they naturally should, did not see a need to kickstart this process until the arrival of a foreign-born employee whom we are here today hunting for his head. Clearly, Honorable Chair, he angered us so much that we are willing to leave no stone unturned in tearing down the little dignity our university was starting to have. We don't care because our children can afford to attend previously white universities and stay at classy private accommodations paid for by the same poor parents through remissions of fees. With shame and teary eyes, Honorable Chair, our children will use the knowledge they acquired from those previously white universities to narrate on how someone who brought massive development to the local university was hounded about using media and parliamentary structures. Before the arrival of Prof. Mbati, Univen staff members did not want their children anyway near that university for reasons caused by them. And Chair, if we are talking of wasteful expenditure, we will talk of the university paying remission of staff members of qualifications that the university is offering. That is if really these members are true when they say that they cared about that institution. Today, a number of them have confidence in that university. We are glad because the systems are put in place, although there's still a lot of work to be done. We have seen an increased number of students that we attended with whose parents worked at that university. Indeed, Chair, we have seen Univen increase PhD graduation under Prof. Mbati, although there's still a lot of work to be done for the system to be completely fit for remote self-service. We know that indeed it takes longer for most of us to get ideological clarity and stop relying on institutions built by whites. Nevertheless, Honorable Chair, we are happy that this is being recorded so that when the same middle class and the upper class are fighting for their children to be admitted at that university that Solidarity is currently building, historians can remember this malicious process we are engaged in. In this vein, Honorable Chair, we hereby submit that the accusations that Prof. Mbati overused forensic consultants at the University of Venda will come back to haunt this committee and subsequently our race. Corrupt entities will ascend to the Vice-Chancellor's office and refuse a need to have a forensic investigations into corrupt activities, citing this committee. Honorable Chair and committee members, you are politicians, and of course you have got further political aspirations. Today, we view politics as a higher than suitably functioning institutions of higher learning. Closer to us is the day we will have cemented the current colonial mentality that we should all go to previously white universities, as the members of that institution have done. Perhaps when we are all retired and are raising our grandkids, we might answer to them on why the two whites who publicly siphoned money at the University of Johannesburg were never invited to this committee, particularly because this committee should treat all public institutions the same. Honorable Chair and committee members, with the time, you are going to realize that you have presided over a malicious process, which will obviously have a lasting dent in the University of Venda's image. It worried us then, and it continues to worry us now, that whenever the previously disadvantaged universities are on the media, they are there for the wrong reasons. Interesting to observe, Honorable Chair and the members, when you see the SRC striking in the country, largely these are the black-led SRCs. It is not a fact that the SRCs in this country are led by black people only. And the reason why you only see us striking is because we always fight for the employees of the university to do what the university is paying them to do. Unfortunately, all this, of course, is the doing of ourselves to our own institutions. Honorable Chair, are we coming here today to say mismanagement should be swept under the carpet? No. We are saying fights of personal nature should not drag the institution flag along. Those with shallow eyes will view this as a platform to attack and subsequently finish these foreign men who came to displace us in our own university, which we have worked for years, who came to change some of these positions from being permanent into being contracts in line with other universities. If I can use the tone of some of the witnesses. When their eyes suddenly get opened, Honorable Chair and the members, they will know that this attack is on the university itself. This is the attack on those families that are making a living from the students of that university. This is the attack on all those international exchange students who first do desktop search of South African universities to first see which one is suitable for them before they come. And I doubt that if we were to explain to you what this very same employees has done, that anyone would have interest in that university. We decide to keep quiet of some of the issues that they have done because the university's image is more to lose than the current process that we are engaged on. Above all, Chair, doubting the sanity of Univen Council is not only an attack on its members, it's a motion of no confidence to the two Vavenda Royal Councils as represented by Their Highness Thobela Chivase and Thobela Vumasia. It's also a motion of no confidence in the Minister of Higher Education who have sent members to that council. If indeed the university was being mismanaged and the council abandoned its oversight, then we can all agree that these two royal councils, as well as those members sent there in that council by the Minister of Higher Education, indeed lost their credibility. Having attended university gatherings and heard His Highness Thobela Chivase outlining his vision for that university, we doubt the assertions of the whistleblowers. Chair, it might be important to this committee to note that one of the complainants of this committee, and this is Professor Chivase Pendler, who had these allegations of sexual harassment, is a blood relative of Thobela Chivase. I will doubt, Honorable Chair, that Thobela Chivase had sacrificed his own blood on the hands of a ruthless foreign Kenyan man, as this Prof has been paraded here today. And lastly, Honorable Chair, Prof Mbati, of course, is not a saint, and in no uncertain times do we present him as such. Indeed, there could have been personal problems that occurred between him and some of his subordinates. But to drag the fragile insignia of the university into mud due to personal squabbles have lasting effects on the university than the intended cause. In accordance, of course, Chairperson, and this is what my colleague Mudau wanted to talk about, in accordance to your invitation, you have instructed us not to write much on the issues raised in paragraph 9 of your invitation, and that was raised in paragraph 3B. This is the matters in relation to the matters of sexual harassment. However, Chair, we have seen the other witnesses have commented on this. Perhaps we might also comment on it. Chair, in conclusion, if there's any evidence whatsoever that Prof. Mbati and his leadership benefited unduly or fraudulently at the University of Venda, do not hesitate to call the police. And this is our position, and that is what we stand for. Honorable Chair, we have sent you a document, a picture proof of what we're talking about here. I don't know if I, with your permission, Chair, if I can be able to share with you some of these picture proof.
No, we do have. We have received that. We have received 2 documents from you: the statement that we are reading and the attachment, which has got pictures.
Okay. So, Chair, if you can check on the first page, you will have noticed this is the picture of the University of Venda in 2007. You can see the vigilant that we talk about. And now the second one is the picture that, these are Google pictures, by the way. We took it in 2021. You can then see the developmental footprint that university had. In the page number 3, that is a university official newsletter. This is Nendila. You can see
unmute yourself. Is it just me, or is everybody not receiving sound?
We could not, Chair.
Me too, Chair.
Everybody.
Okay, Chair, sometimes these things, if I take long, it mutes. I saw what has happened. If I can just quickly summarize, I say this document that I've sent you, the first picture is as the University of Venda before the arrival of Professor Mbati. The second picture is the same university after his leadership. You can see on the pictures there the footprint, development footprint. And then the third picture is the Univen tip-off. That is the toll-free number to call, and this is the email to send if there's any corruption that you want to report, and remain anonymous. And then the last one is the Univen Nendila. This is the university official communication newsletter, saying that Univen is among the top 100 universities in the world. And that will be that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mudiva. I see Honorable Letiz's hand has been up. I'm going to give him an opportunity, but before I do that, I just want to verify some few things with yourself. Because in your statement, there's some statements that that you have made, which I would like to verify with you, because for me are a bit problematic. The first statement is it's an assertion that this process is a malicious process, and history will
haunt us, Chair. The word the used was haunt.
Haunt, yes. Now, I would like to find out from you, what do you find to be malicious about the process of oversight that we're engaged with?
Chair, we don't have any objections of oversight. We have objections on deliberating on matters that the courts of the country have already decided upon. That is what we find troubling.
So you think this process is malicious because we're dealing with matters that have been finalized by the courts? Is that your view? Can you hear me?
Chair, yeah, now I can hear you.
I'm saying, you are saying that you find it malicious because we are dealing with matters that have been finalized by the court. Is that the case?
Exactly.
Okay, what is it that we are dealing with that has been finalized by the court?
Chair, the issue of sexual harassment, and by the way, it's called sexual harassment here. When it happened, it was a rape. It was, when we read it on the papers, that was a rape. The court, it went through the legal processes, and the authorities did not find any evidence. But we were asked, of course, this committee continue to talk about that. Secondly, Chair, there is an issue, of course, of Professor Mbati having captured, and this is in defined office, having captured the University Council. You have had the evidence that there were brown envelopes, and I didn't hear you asking for proof, if anyone had proof that there was brown envelopes circulating. Chair, this is an insult to our chiefs, that witnesses come here and say our own chiefs were captured by a foreign-born person. If people have problems with our chiefs, they must go to them and raise that with them, not to use the parliamentary system, knowing that they are protected by the rules. Yes.
Please, I'm going to ask you not to make a statement. I'm going to ask you to answer my question. You are talking about the maliciousness of the process, and I want to find out on what basis do you come to that conclusion. Now, you were saying that the courts have pronounced on the issue of the sexual harassment allegation. And I'm asking to you whether what we are doing here is to look at the merits of the allegation of sexual harassment, or we're looking at other matters that happened at the university.
Okay. The matters that happened at the university that we have responded upon are to say Professor Mbati has led the university astray, and we are fine with that. But the processes that talks about issues that the court have taken a decision, and you also corrected some of, you said this in your statement, that some of these things the court have taken decision we should not dwell on, but some of your witnesses continue to dwell on. And this is what we have been told. Remember, Chair, you wrote us a letter that we must not talk about these things. And we removed that in our statements. But other witnesses are allowed to talk about it. If this is not malicious, then I don't know.
Okay. Well, obviously, I don't want to have a dialogue with you, but maybe let me proceed. But let me just correct you on something. We wrote to you, we wrote to all other witnesses. We said to them, this inquiry is not to establish the merits of whether there was sexual harassment or not, because we do accept that the court has finalized that issue. And I kept on repeating it here. I don't know where we were. Maybe there was a problem with your connectivity. This is not what this meeting is preoccupied with. This meeting, this inquiry is preoccupied with implementation of policies there. We are asking questions, witnesses questions, whether after a complaint was lodged with the chairperson of council, what did council do? This is the question that we're asking repeatedly, we're asking to the witnesses. Now, I don't know what is the basis of your conclusion that this process is malicious? Maybe you yourself are being malicious in raising some of the issues to want to attack the process. So you want to say to us that we do not have a right to ask a question. Why did council not act in line with its own policies? Why did council review the report of the CGE? And when they go to court, have a settlement agreement, agree with the court that the court must instruct them to do what they should have done long time ago. Now, obviously, you've got a view, but despite
Chair,
what experience I'm giving you,
Chair, not
like
to create a dialogue, of course. We entirely are not objecting to that oversight process. Like I said.
Okay, let me just continue with the other question. I think obviously you've got your own views about that, and maybe that is the intention. But just two questions. I think the other issues I'm going to ignore because you see, when you are invited as a witness, you must come and present evidence that is going to be help us to come to a different conclusion. When you are invited as a witness, you must come and produce evidence, produce proof to rebut whatever that you would like to rebut. But unfortunately, you, throughout your submission, is attack on this process, attack on the portfolio committee, attack on its members that they are politicians, they've got political ambition. So, and casting aspersion. Unfortunately, that's what you did, and it doesn't add much value to the process that we are doing, because it is more like you know, it's like rantings. A person who's angry, issuing all sorts of insults and attacks. So the engagement does not become a very civil engagement. It's something that would want to draw us into the gutter, so that we must all degenerate, we must all throw insults at each other, and that is not the intention. But let me just ask you something here. You say Professor Mbati is a highly ethical person or professional. Let me just ask you this question, which I asked two witnesses before. The council of the university, and I'm sure one of you was sitting in that council, accepted a report from Mr. Modise, which report was saying that there was a relationship, consensual sexual relationship, between Professor Mbati and Professor Pendler. So, which is a conclusion that Mr. Modise arrived at, which is a council's conclusion in that meeting. I think it was in July. The judge himself made those comments that there might have been a relationship. Now, in your view, do you think it's ethical for a person at the position of Professor Mbati, the Vice-Chancellor, to have a consensual sexual relationship with a subordinate? Do you think that is ethical?
Thank you, Chair. Before I answer that, Chair, let us agree to have healthy disagreement where we disagree. I think it's not fair to say our 8-page statement wherein we spoke about you in one paragraph, it was all rants. It's not correct. So, Chair, you will remember when I started this that we have asked that let Mr. Mudau come in to deal with the matters that were related to council, because that is where he was very strong. But nevertheless, I will help you with that one. We do not think that is ethical. We do not think that if Prof. Mbati had a relationship with his subordinate was ethical. As a matter of fact, Chairperson, in 2009, I have led a submission to my school board, indicating to them that this is after I've read the policy. The policy of the university did not discourage people, staff members to date each other, and the worst part of it was that those staff members were also not discouraged to date students. And we have led a submission to say, you can't date the students. And they have said, unanimously so, unanimously so, that no, look, these are adults. The students are adults, and that is how we were able to lose that particular war of relationships. Chairperson, I want to bring to the light of this committee the relationships at that institutions were not. If Prof. Mbati had the relationship with his subordinates, he wouldn't have been the first one. We were troubled by this, and then we were troubled by when such relationships, and I'll talk on behalf of the students, when such relationships started to now jeopardize the academic integrity project. But if indeed he had that relationship, I wouldn't say it's an ethical thing to do.
Okay. I think you've answered my question about ethics, because that does not describe a person who's ethical doing that. I'm sure you have got access to the council records, as you've said, and the council based its decision on that conclusion, that there was a relationship, and therefore this matter cannot be pursued. And as a result of that, council then did not pursue, because council accepted. And Professor Mbati is a member of that council, so he too also accepted the conclusion of that meeting. Because as he says in his public pronouncement, he was cleared by that council, and that's the clearing, that meeting of July. So I'm happy me and you agree that that is not ethical.
Yes, Chair. Also to submit, his position on that issue is that he denied it. He denied it. This was a well-publicized issue, actually. He denied it. And I think in some of the documents, there was a place where he dared that author of that report to produce evidence.
No, he's going to come for himself.
Okay. No, I'm talking on behalf of our statements to say this is our position is that we know that he denied, not that we trust it at a go.
No, Mr. Please don't speak on his behalf. All what I'm saying is that that decision of council has exonerated him. Do we agree that that is a decision that exonerated him? Do we agree?
Chair, the agreement that you and I have is that if indeed he had dated his subordinate, that is unethical.
No, let's take it further. I know that we are wasting time now because it's a dialogue, but let's take it further and say there was a Professor Mbati was cleared by council, isn't it so?
I would like to believe so.
Yes. And what was the basis for him being cleared by council?
Chair, you're taking me to a place where you said I must not answer for him.
The basis in terms of the documents of council. That
hence I say, Chair, the allegations as we know them, they were allegations of rape and victimization. These were the allegations.
Let's move on. I think you are avoiding my question, but it's fine. I think we all have seen that council resolution. It was given to us, and as far as we are concerned, that decision has not been set aside. That is the decision that closed the matter at the university, and we've got records of that. So I don't know.
Chair,
But
the council decision deliberation that we are aware of was that Prof. Chivase was dismissed in line with the university policies, and also that there's no evidence of allegations that she has laid against Prof. Mbati.
okay, all right, let me just read you this thing and then we'll proceed, because I don't want us to argue about facts, you know, let's argue about something that is an opinion. On the 8th of July 2016, during the special meeting of Council resolved by consensus as follows. 1, to accept the following findings of Modise, mediator, and Mashego's report as follows. A, that Professor T.S. Chivazi Pendler and Professor P.A. Mbati had a consensual relationship. B, there was no basis for Professor Chivazi Pendler's complaint that Professor Mbati sexually harassed her. C, there was no prima facie case of misconduct. Roman figure 2, to close the matter permanently. Now, this is the decision of council of the 8th of July. And these are the reasons why council has taken that decision. Now,
yes.
I think anything beyond this, I mean, we'll just be spinning something that not really is. Can we proceed?
Chair, that is exactly what I've answered you, and you said I'm answering for him. I told you about the prima facie evidence, and I also told you about the victimization. With the regard to the sexual relationship, I'm on record to say this is the statement that he is on public denying it. This is the statement that he has denied it to us. He has denied it to anywhere else. And that is our submission.
All right, let's proceed. I don't think I'm getting anything of value from this engagement. This is the decision of council that is still standing today. It has never been challenged, either by him or anybody else. In fact, this is the decision that has cleared him, that has exonerated him. So if he has got a problem with this decision and the basis for it, he must set it aside. I mean, it's simple as that. We know that he's quite knowledgeable around these issues. And so you have not been very helpful. You are even disputing the decision of council. Can we move to another member? I think I'm done with you. Let's get other members. Honorable Litsia.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let's welcome the report from the former president or former leader of the SRC at the University of Venda, and thank him for the time he has taken to, give us, as he said, their side of the story. But maybe let me start with towards the end what he was insinuating, because I think, Chair, if left unattended, it will create an impression, a wrong impression. And I think it is important that we clarify it. One, we were all students at some point of our lives, Chairperson. In fact, this committee being the youngest committee in the 6th Parliament, has the most members who not so long ago were at tertiary institutions. In fact, I don't know who in this committee has not been to a tertiary institution. Some of us participated in the politics at university level. And what Ndate Modiba was trying to do towards the end, there was just to cast aspersions. I mean, saying history will judge this committee and in what you are doing. You are concentrating on, you are afraid of formally white institutions and so forth and so forth. You know, you target historically disadvantaged institutions, and when you go there, it's about corruption. I mean, Chief, evidence before us on, well, and I will ask you questions on them, but evidence before us on infrastructure development projects there at Univen. Well, I don't even have a word to, you know, to Honorable Makgatho went to University of Venda last year, January, when we spread ourselves so that we cover as much space as possible. And you want to come and tell us that we're dreaming. You coercing the chief that you mentioned, that we are literally rendering him useless. You know, it's unacceptable, Chair. And I think if we don't call him to order on that, you know, we'll be making a big mistake. We are empowered by the constitution of this country and the rules of parliament to do what we are doing. When there are public funds, or where there are public funds involved, unfortunately will enter, whether people like it or whether people don't like it. So we will still enter there. I felt, Chair, I must clarify that part. We don't want to enter your factional arrangement at institutions of higher learning. We don't. And we've said this many a times, Chairperson. Whether, you know, people were fighting their factional battles then, we don't even care, to be honest. But when you do so, you must not do so at the expense of teaching and learning at these institutions. You must not do it at the expense of students and future students of those institutions. When there's money involved of the public, you must not fight your factional battles, fighting for that public purse, fighting for resources that have to improve the lives of our students and future students at this institution. So we don't enter factional battles, and we don't, well, at least from where I'm sitting, I don't care whether people are fighting factional battles or not, but don't do it at the expense of students there. Don't do it at the expense of progress. We have a Vision 2030, Chair, that seeks to, well, that is now, you know, running behind schedule. I mean, on accommodation, we're now behind by 300,000 beds. And we have a male student resident at the University of Venda that was supposed to be, you know, completed a long time ago, that is not concluded. So I felt, Chair, maybe let me start there. But let me go to what I felt was the witness statement, you know, the one that did not have, that did not, you know, cast aspersion on what we are doing here. Mr. Modiba, you pointed a picture here of the University of Venda prior to the appointment of Professor Mbati at that institution. You are caught that there was massive infrastructure development post Professor Mbati's appointment. This is what you are saying. And you are saying Professor Mbati embarked on massive fundraising campaigns that will, you know, to assist that institutions. Now tell me, did Professor Mbati fundraise to get funds to develop infrastructure there at that institution? If so, please, my man, kindly provide us instances and if you can, proof of such, please. I want to see this one. And in your view, you may not know, but there was a change of policy or in policy by the Department of Higher Education and Training to massively focus on addressing infrastructure backlog in what we call formally HDIs, and government funding appropriate by this parliament. Even today, we still give this institution money. Are you saying that did not contribute to the expansion of infrastructure at Univen. It was solely because of Professor Mbati. I want you to indulge me on that. And according to the university statute of University of Venda, the Vice-Chancellor and Principal is what we call the accounting officer of the university. Tate Modiba, in your view, what are the responsibilities of the accounting officer? What steps should the Vice-Chancellor and Principal as the accounting officer of the university take in the event inefficiencies are identified across divisions of institutions? You were part of that institution. Or maybe let me ask it. Were you part of the university from 2014 to 2017 academic years? I'm asking this. If so, I want you to ask if you are aware of the audit reports detailing the challenges with infrastructure development projects. Are you aware that Professor Mbati received infrastructure management related reports from the director in his office? I think it's Director Chitereke, who was also a member of the project management board. And those reports from that director, as well as audits, detailed multiple infrastructure government challenges. Whether the steps you just mentioned to us were implemented by Professor Mbati to address infrastructure management efficiencies. On maybe Chairperson, that one I think you made him answer. I think he has acceded that we're not here to deal with issues that have been deliberated by the court, but we're here to deal with the issues relating to what the university did upon if they followed their own sexual harassment policy. We're not interested if people there were sexual harassment or not, but we're saying the university, whether true or not, had they were forced, in essence, to implement their sexual harassment policy, but they chose not to do so. Hence, we're here, according to witness that have been here, but according to what we have seen so far, is that the university have not. The current Vice-Chancellor was here. Those were there. The register is here today. I think at that time, the current register was here, and all of those things. So we're not playing. We're not here to deal with the things that you are accusing us of. And I think, Chair, it's very important that Mr. Modiba refrain from doing so, because at some point we'll then be forced to respond, and it will not be, productive for us. And now we're paid by public payers, so we don't want to waste public money debating things that are outside and that do not have basis. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Modiba.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Tabo, thank you for the comments that you have raised and the questions.
Let's see, Honorable Letsie.
Is that Honorable Letsie? I'm reading on the Honorable Letsie, thank you for such comments. I think you either did not hear me correctly, or you have read our statement in a haste, Honorable Letsie. There is no part of the statement that we said the construction at the university was solely because of the fundraising that Professor Mbati brought. We said among the university grants. And we continuously said that University of Venda was like any previously disadvantaged university which relied on the grants. That was our submission. Honorable, let's see, your question is saying also that what are the responsibilities of the accounting officer?
Okay, can you, I think just answer the question as they are.
Okay.
don't be evasive, and don't be argumentative and attack the person who's asking the question.
But Chair, excuse me, Chair, I have a problem with the way I'm being treated here, because whatever I say is either I'm argumentative, I'm evasive, I don't want to provide the things.
Okay.
We cannot have a situation, Chair, and fairly so, that we presented a statement and it's in writing and we've sent it to you, but when a member is misrepresenting it, we are not allowed to correct it, because this is in writing. I was just correcting the member that he did not, could have misheard what we have said.
Yeah, but allow me to direct you, Mr. Modiwa, please. Allow me to direct you and to make comments that I'm making. I'm saying that answer the question as it is raised. The question is, you say that there's been a fundraising efforts by Professor Professor. Yes. So Honorable Litsia was saying, can you produce proof of such fundraising efforts? Can you tell the committee that Professor Mbati, during his stint, since he was appointed up to here, this is so much that he has fundraised? This is what the Honorable Litsia was saying. And I'm asking you to answer the question as it is, because yeah, I'm asking you to answer that question, to say, are you able to produce proof of funds that he has raised throughout the period, which resulted in a massive change in the infrastructure landscape of the university?
Exactly, Chair. That is exactly what I am saying. In the statement, Chair, I said these fundraisings were reported at the University Nendila, and I said the university has got archives. This committee can go and look at those archives of those Nendilas and prove what we are talking about. However, Chair, if it will please this committee that all the witnesses should bring proof of what we are talking about, we are willing to apply to that university to get this proof. But it's shocking, Chair, that there was a serious allegation that envelopes were flying by the witness here. There was nothing, you let it go. But we tell you of the things that you can be able to prove. We say the Nendila, it was reporting of these finances. And we say, if you go to the archives of this, you will be able to see. How best can we explain this?
Okay, well, proceed, because I don't know what must I continue to explain is that when you make a statement to us, when you give us evidence, you must be able to back it up. There was a witness who spoke about envelope. Nobody asked him about those envelope because it's just a wild allegation. I can tell you that we can't place reliance on that because it's a wild allegation. And I think members even decided not to ask for proof, because how is he going to prove that thing? It's just something that is wild, which we are not going to entertain. But you are making what you think is a factual statement. And we are asking you, are you able to prove this? Is it a fact? Is it something that you can prove? You can't come out to us and say, so and so has raised a lot of money, and when we want to get proof from you, you say to us, go and get it at the university. Why are you making a statement in the first place if you want to direct us to the university?
Chair, Chair, I put it on record. We will apply using PAYA to request the archives of that particular Nendila reporting. Also, Chair, which part, I hear you, I don't want to say you're defending that witness, but you are saying that when he said envelopes, no one believed it. Which other part of his evidence did you guys not believe? Because you didn't ask him any questions of any proof.
Can you call order, Chair?
Point of order, Chair.
Other witnesses, I don't know. You
No.
are here to give us your own observation of other witnesses, or you are going to give us your own testimony?
Chair, like I said, we will submit the proof of that assertion.
Yeah, you see, the problem that I have with you,
No.
Mr. Mudiba, you are all over the place. We invited you to come and be a witness because you wrote us a letter. Our expectation is that you are going to shed light on things that are before the committee. Now you come here and talk about other witnesses. This is what the witness said. This is what, I mean, is it really the reason why you are here? Are you here to talk about the evaluation of all the witnesses that came before us? Or are you here to talk about your own statement, your own evidence?
No, Chair. Perhaps I should ask this question. Why am I being treated differently than the other witnesses?
On a point of order, Chair.
Okay.
Can't be cross-examined like this.
Your connectivity is not good. Anyway.
I will raise that point of order, Chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Mudiba, if he can't answer, he must say so. But those witnesses, we asked them questions. I asked the previous, if do you have proof, can you provide it to us? On Wednesday, we did the same. On Tuesday, we did the same. And on those who were here, Dr. Lekwabe provided us proof after. So if Mudiba doesn't want to answer, or does not have answers, he must say so instead of asking questions, because he's wasting our time. And Chair, I want to suggest, if he does not have answers, he must tell us. But if you want to be evasive, Chairperson, maybe he must, because he's not assisting us, he's just wasting our time. It's now 4 o'clock. So if he can't answer, then he must tell us so that we get another witness that is going to assist us. Thank you very much.
Okay. No, the order is sustained. Please proceed, Mr. Mbati. Don't evaluate the witness, the evidence of other witnesses, because that's not the reason why you are here. And the reason why you accepted to be here, you know that you are going to be asked questions. So please answer those. Don't be evasive. And
Thank you, Chair.
On the question of Honorable Litsia about proof. And now you want to argue with me to say, but why didn't you ask proof from the other witnesses? I mean, why do you have to be argumentative? Why can't you say, if we ask you for proof, you say, okay, it's a matter that I can prove or I cannot prove. Don't be argumentative. Don't refer us to what we did and all of that. Please, Mr. Mudiba, don't waste our time. Answer the questions. If you don't have answers, say so that you are
Chair,
able to.
Thank you, Chair. Like I said, we will provide the proof that there was fundraising reported at Nendila during the tenure of Prof. Mbati. Is that satisfactory?
Continue.
Then there was, excuse me about that, Chairperson. There was a question about if we were part of the institution in 2014 to 2017. I left that institution, personally I left it, I think in 2015. The last one who was there has left it in, there's another one who's working there, but he has left the office in, Chair, to refer back to the terms that these colleagues have served. I think that was in 2016. That was Nthulani. That was the last one who served. So I have never seen that report that Honorable Letsia is talking about. Is there any question that I also missed, Chair?
Are you done?
Yes, I think I've answered all the 3 questions.
There's one that he did not answer.
Okay.
The change of policy by the department on with the focus on addressing infrastructure backlog. I'd asked him if he does not think that contributed to the expansion.
Oh no, Chairperson, we, as I indicated to you, the university.
No, I'm sorry, Chair, it's not that one. That one I think he answered. It was the accounting officer thing. The 3 questions, the 3 questions under the 2 questions. What are the responsibilities of accounting officer, and what steps should the accounting officer should have taken in the event of inefficiencies, just according to him, because he had said that Professor Mbati is beyond reproach, is a man of integrity.
Indeed. Chair, we believe the accounting officer will have done what we have presented here, that when we asked for forensic investigations into matters, he has done exactly that. If there are wrong things that were brought to his attention, Honorable Letsie, and he did not take a decision, then that will be worrisome. But in all the decisions that we worked with him, he was able to take a decision.
Okay. All right. Okay. So the issue about infrastructure. So in your view, there is no abandoned projects at the University of Venda, or there were never abandoned projects. All the infrastructure projects were implemented on time and on budget.
Chair, we have given this evidence in the statement. We have said the student parliament expressed its worry that Group 5 was unable to finish, was delayed in finishing one of the projects. And we've deliberated upon this. And Prof. Dr. Zaiman has said these big companies, what they do, they subcontract a portion of the contract in line with the requirement to empower those who are locals, you know, and that was the reason why some of them.
Do you want me to repeat? My question is, in your view, think that there were no infrastructure or abandoned infrastructure project at the University of Venda. There is not even one abandoned infrastructure project. So all the projects were implemented on time, on budget. There were no deviations and so forth, in your view.
Chair and the committee members, in our view, in line with the number of years that we have presented that we have been active, there were few projects that delayed. They were not abandoned, they delayed, and we complained about them, and they got finished.
On time and on budget.
On the budget part is the part that I don't know, because what Dr. Zaman will do when he comes to present, he will present a building and put the money on it. So we don't know if that money was the one that was initially planned for, or he presented the money that was increased in the process.
Okay, so you don't necessarily dispute the evidence of Dr. Chitekere that there was a number of infrastructure projects which were flagged by internal audit, which were reported to the audit committee, that there were variations, they were not implemented on time, they were not implemented on budget. So will you have a problem with that submission, that evidence of Dr. Chitekere?
Chair, I will absolutely not have any problem with it.
Okay, it's fine. Let's move. Honorable Mananiso.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by welcoming Mr. Mudiba. And I think I'm covered on the issue of you and Honorable Litsi reprimanding him about what we are here for as the Portfolio Committee. And I just want to give Mr. Mudiba some mofago. Ke batla go fa mofago ra. Gore today, as we adjourn, you must go and check chapter 4 of the Constitution and chapter 10 of the Constitution that speaks about public administration. So that next time when any portfolio committee can call you, you don't go there and ask them what you want them to ask you. Secondly, Chairperson, with regards to what the witness have said about Prof. Mbati being ethical, why is it that people didn't use the whistling blowing system? Is it not alarming to you that when you have an ethical person, people, they then don't use the system that particular person could have introduced that people must use when there are issues? That's one of the questions that I want to ask you. And again, when you were speaking on how Prof. Mbati used to bring people for intervention, you said to us, Prof. Mbati, when he couldn't deal with issues, he would use external interference. So I would want to agree with you to say it was not intervention, it was external interference. So are you because of your own oath, are you maintaining that it was external interference or external intervention? And lastly, Chief, with regards to what the chairperson could have asked you about value for money, perhaps this is something that you would need to go and visit the books, the university, so that when you come and say to people that there's no irregular expenditures, there's no 1, 2, 3, you are able to prove, rather than saying that you'll go, you'll do what. Next time you must behave when you are called to come and account, and ensure that you represent the interest of the people, not yourself. So as we are here as the Portfolio Committee, whatever that you have just done today that is malicious from you, it actually tells us that we are on course and we must continue with this particular inquiry. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mudiba.
Honorable Mananiso Kilabwampao, on the issue, you have raised several issues. And in one of them, you say, of course, Chair, I don't know if I'm allowed, because there are some things I'm not allowed to say, as you have said. I don't know if I'm allowed to respond to the fact that I am being malicious. But when we presented, we spoke of the issues that divided the university, that there will be an appointment of independent consultants. So I think it was just an oversight on our side to say interference. But on the preceding statement, we have clarified on what we spoke about, what we were referring to, because we said we were able to call to request independent investigations into some of the activities. Chair, you have asked if I could provide evidence that there was fundraising reported at Nandila, and I said yes. After a long time, after a long discussion, I did put a commitment to this committee that we will provide that. Now, when Honorable Mananiso is saying that I should have that evidence, I should not say I'll bring it. I'm getting confused, because, Chair, you will know that we are here under the auspices of the letter you sent us. At no point did that letter told us or instructed us to bring anything. It's just instructed us on the things that we should not talk about. If the letter had indicated that bring this and this and that, we would have taken our time to acquire what we presented to this committee. Chair, the honorable member is saying that I'm representing myself. This is despite reading this joint statement. I don't know if I was to represent, Honorable Chair, the community, what will I say? Is there any particular narrative that I'm supposed to present to this committee such that honorables will think that we are representing the community? Because in everything we've presented, Chair, we have said we can be able to prove. As far as the infrastructure is concerned, we have given you the pictures that you can be able to see on your own to say, here is the pictures of the campus before the men arrive. Here is the pictures of the campus after when the man has left. Honorable Mananisa, did I cover all your assertions?
Whistling blowing issue. You must answer us.
Oh yes, oh yes. Chairperson, the issue of whistleblowing in the statement is clear that we have had these managers coming to report. As a matter of fact, we've used it ourselves. We know that that Advocate Mashala Namadi came to present that there are some of the SRC members that has used that to report some of the activities that were happening, but that was affecting us as the SRC members. So I wouldn't think that I will be here, honorable members, and doubt the company Deloitte. Unless if we say that that company, which, by the way, I don't think it was appointed by the Vice-Chancellor. I think the procurement, I don't think the Vice-Chancellor was sitting the procurement of these things, but I'm willing to be corrected on that one. This is the company that the university told us about, that if there is anything untoward, report it here. And it is not like this is the company that was paraded all over by Professor Mbati alone. I'm talking about all of them. When they came to present to us, they say, if there's anything that is untoward, report it here. And it is indeed, hence we say that let this committee find out if Prof. Mbati was able to infiltrate that particular whistleblowing site. Let this committee reveal to us the extent of interference that Prof. Mbati was able to have. And that is what we are saying, because as where we stand now, we say we believed in that website. We told our students to report also in that website. And okay. As for why the witnesses did not use that, Honorable Chairperson, I think this is the question that we need to extract from the witnesses on why they came to tell us that we must use this and themselves they didn't use it. Okay. Thank you.
All right, Honorable Makgatho. But maybe as Honorable Makgatho comes, maybe let me just clarify the letter, because I hear you keep on referring to the letter. We wrote you a letter, we wrote to all other witnesses. We said to the witnesses that the purpose of this inquiry is not to establish the merits on the sexual harassment allegation. That was finalized by the court, the labor court. So we said to your witness statement, refrain from dealing with the merits. So that is the letter that we wrote. So we didn't channel you to say this, don't say that. We only said we are not dealing with that because that has been finalized by the court. But you are free to say, to tell us anything that you want to tell us to support your arguments. And of course, there were some witnesses who referred to that. And if you're observing at the end of their testimony, I reminded them that in as far as they deal with those issues, this is not one of the terms of reference of this inquiry. So I hope we are on the same page in as far as that is concerned. Honorable Makgatho.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I know you pleaded with us to try and assist you in terms of the remaining within time for us to do the work that we're tasked to do through this inquiry, but it's difficult when we also have to deal with issues in relation to how the process is running. Firstly, in attempt to not come across as biased, we had to refrain as members from making multiple orders on Mr. Modiba because, it's important that it is very explicit and clear that this is a democratic process that is fair, that is equal to every witness and every participant of this process. So we refrained to multiple orders where we felt highly insulted and undermined over and over again, where the functions of Parliament, the Portfolio Committee, and the democratic rights of the people of South Africa were undermined. Chair, I also don't understand how the lineage, I think when you look into the politics of tribalism, politics of patriarchy and misogyny, I don't know how the lineage of Prof. Pendla comes into this conversation, and I don't know, and maybe, Mr. Modiba, you can clarify. I perhaps feel as though I didn't hear you clearly when you spoke to a chief who I think Prof. Pendla is related to, and that chief may be disappointed to, I wasn't sure what you were alluding to, and I think perhaps it would be better if you just clarified, because maybe I heard you incorrectly, because I don't know, I don't think we can speak on behalf of our ancestors and what they may think. I'm not sure, and Chair, I think that's why I would really appreciate for Mr. Modiba to just clarify what he was alluding to when he spoke to that. Secondly, Chair, citizens of South Africa have all the right to interact with Parliament. We speak about taking Parliament to the people and bringing people to Parliament, bringing the people to Parliament. Chair, which means that the people of South Africa don't have to go to any chief, they don't have to go to anyone else. If they don't want to, they can come directly to Parliament to raise any matter, no matter how menial it may be to another individual, but it is their democratic right. And noting, Chair, the history of South Africa, none of us have the right to undermine that particular right of South Africans to use Parliament to ensure that their rights are protected. Chair, I also want to reiterate that this Portfolio Committee is committed to being objective, is committed to being unbiased, is committed to being democratic and following through the rights of South Africans as stipulated in the Constitution of South Africa. So no one must come here and think that the Portfolio Committee has prejudgments on them. We have absolutely none. It would be an infringement on any individual that came before this inquiry and the Portfolio Committee, Chair. And Chair, I want to reiterate that under your leadership, I think you have been able to correct us as members of Parliament where we've been incorrect, and to ensure that the rights of all of those that have participated in this inquiry are protected. Now, Chair, I would like some clarity on, I'm getting there are dates I'm not understanding, and I've been trying to understand them. Firstly, I'd like to understand Mr. Modiba's time at the university academically. So from the first time he enrolled at the institution and to when he exited the institution academically, just to understand, the lifespan of him experiencing the institution. Then Mr. Modiba's time as the SRC president, how long that was. And then the time span of the individuals that are represented in the statement that was sent to Parliament. I just think for me, it assists in understanding the views in the statement. And also it is a bit difficult, Chair, because at times there's a reference to I, and then there's a reference to we. So the statement will cover the individual and their experience, and then it will also cover the collective and their experience and their analysis of having worked with Prof. Mbati and being in the and being at the institution and leading at the institution. So I think it is a bit challenging as we've listening to Mr. Modiba. It was a little bit challenging understanding and differentiating between that. And I know, Chair, we are under hectic time constraints, and I need to be concluding. I would like to understand, Mr. Modiba, from your analysis as the SRC, what could have attributed to the various infrastructure development challenges at the institution? So there were a number of infrastructure development programs that were either halted or that were delayed. And what do you think attributed to that? Then I'd like to understand that in the period of which you led the SRC, how many student protests were you part of? And you see, this is where the difficulty comes, because there's the you and then there's the collective. And what was the nature of your protests? And what was the response of management to your protests? I would like to ask Mr. Modiba if he's Modiba, apologies for that, if he's aware of the current challenges at the institution of the University of Venda in relation to infrastructure development projects, in relation to other infrastructures such as Wi-Fi, in relation to a shortage of gadgets. And because you see how Mr. Modiba presented is that a lot of these matters were addressed in their time of leadership, and therefore, matters should be fine at the institution. Mr. Modiba, further, I'd like clarity on whether or not when you use the word classy in your presentation now, or in your statement now, were you referring to which residences were you referring to as being classy? Were you referring to, the residences at, I don't know, which residences are classy? And Chair, you see the issue now is that I don't want to follow up later, but I hope that you're not referring to the residences that one has seen at the institution as of January 2020, because perhaps, there's two residences that took forever to be built, and I've seen them, Chair. The two residences for the one is a girls' res, and the other one is to cater for women, and the other one is to cater for men. And I've seen them, Chair. And look, to be honest with you, Chair, one does see the modernity of the building, but in terms of maintenance, Chair, those buildings are very poorly maintained. And can one confirm that the pool that is constantly referred to as being constructed during the time of Prof. Mbati is not an athletic pool, but is a social pool? Can I just have a confirmation of that, whether or not that is the pool that we're all referring to? And perhaps lastly, having worked with Professor Mbati, Mr. Modiba, do you believe that Mr. Mbati or Prof. Mbati will be able to effectively and cordially work with the SRC at Sefako Makgatho University? Thank you very much, Chair. And I really urge Mr. Modiba to work with the portfolio committee and to be assured of the fact that there are no ulterior motives in this office. And by the way, when you say that, in the statement, in the written statement, I think it's on page 4, Chair, it speaks of malicious utterances, or, there's the usage of the word malicious. Concerns of citizens can never be noted as malicious. We can't say when people come to us as a portfolio committee, they are coming with malicious intent. It is our responsibility as public representatives to hear them, and for us to hear both sides and then make judgments from there, possibly not even judgment, to put forth recommendations. Because what we seek to do, Mr. Modiba, through this inquiry and through the work that we do as a portfolio committee, is to ensure that historically Black institutions are institutions of choice. is to undo the years of decay and degeneration that has taken place there, is to ensure that this particular department and all its programs reach their mandates so that all young people in this country can have access to skills and knowledge that won't render them useless, but active participants of our economy. So work with us as we try to ensure that the sector is a healthy sector that is thriving and able to service its people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Modiba. Or maybe let's just the last question of Honorable Mamsbia, and then I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thanks for your presentation from Modiba. In your view, Modiba, don't you think that Professor Mbati's failure since 2014 to act on the audit findings pertaining to infrastructure contributed to the mismanagement of the project? 2, how true is it swimming pools were prioritized when the students had no accommodation? How true is that? Thanks, Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Modiba.
I'm just finishing to write this question down, Chair. I'll go through just now. Thank you. Honorable Makgatho. Indeed, you're correct when you say members, typical members of the community have access, should have access to this committee. And this is exactly what I was asking, pleading with this committee that you must admit Mr. Madawu. And this is after when, Mr. Makgatho, you called us stooges before we presented. But nevertheless.
On a point of order, Chair.
Yeah, point of order.
Chair, I don't recall myself referring to any particular person as a stooge. I said, Chair, that we will not allow any stooge, anyone or any stooge to render this process redundant. So if Mr. Modiba feels as though he himself has been referred to as a stooge, then that is on him, Chair. But I have not referred to anyone as a stooge. There's no particular person that was referred to as a stooge, but we will not allow, Chair, anyone and their collectives and their cohorts to render this process redundant, Chair.
Okay, I think the order is sustained. Please, Mr.
Okay, thank you, Chair. In the interest of time, let's deal with this. The first one, Honorable Makgatho wanted us to clarify the issue of the chief. Honorable Makgatho, the chief is not an ancestor, he's alive. He's a member of council. What we presented to you then was to say, because there was what do you call this? Not a vote, but there was a no confidence type of a motion issued against that council. That council was unable to deal with that issue of Prof. Chivase Pendler adequately. And we have said that this chief is a relative, blood relative of Chivase Pendler. And we say, are we saying that the chief was unable to defend his own relative when the university processes were being overridden? That is our position. It's a question that we're asking, that are we saying that the entire chief was unable to see that I'm a member of this council, I can see things are happening that are not correct? I understand that probably since he was conflicted, he might not have been sitting in some of them, but because this issue, as you presented, was very complicated, I want to believe that in one of the sittings you could have seen it.
Maybe let me just come in there, Mr. Moody, because I want to understand the assumptions of the statement. Mm-hmm. So you are saying because Chief or Chivase, the chief, is a blood relative of Professor Pendler, and therefore he would have come to her defense. Is that what you're saying? That it is automatic?
Yes,
Okay, let me just finish.
Okay.
You're saying it's automatic that if we are related and there's something that it's against myself, so it's going to be automatic that you'll come to my defense. Is that what you're saying?
I am saying the chief has the responsibility to defend and provide an oversight on the processes of that university as a duly represented member of that council. What we presented our worry at is to say, are we saying, because there were assertion to say that council did not do the due diligence, and we say, are we saying the chief, the entire chief, has even kept quiet on these other issues we see, but we're saying, have he even kept quiet even on the matters that involved some of his relatives? And by the way, Chair, like I presented, he was not the only chief presented. We had two chiefs in there. And our chiefs, and we should all know, take issues of human abuse very seriously. As it stands, the allegations are saying those two chiefs, because they were there in that council, they are members of that council, they have brushed aside these serious allegations. That is why we're saying that the motion of no confidence in that council is not only against other members of the council we don't know. We specifically isolated the two chiefs as well as the individuals that were sent in there by the Minister of Higher Education. Because we believe that when the Minister of Higher Education sent representatives to council, they do report back to him. I don't know if that is clear.
The thing is that the answers are long-winded, and I don't know which question are you answering, because my question was, are you saying, can I finish?
Okay.
My question was flowing from what Honorable Makgatho was saying. Is it, you say in your statement, I want to go to that statement, that paragraph, where you speak about the presence of the chief, that even the chief was there, who is a blood relative of Professor Pendler. And therefore you are making a suggestion that because the chief as a blood relative was there, it's expected that he was going to defend because he's a blood relative. That's the question that I'm asking, basically, in terms of because you are drawing the blood relationship, and I'm saying, flowing from what Honorable Makgatho is saying, is that even the chief, if there was merit in the allegation or the complaint that was lodged with council, the chief would have supported. So I'm saying, I want to understand that logic. So is it the logic that you are using because they are blood relative, therefore he is going to defend? Is that what you are saying? No,
that's not what we're saying. What we are saying is that the chief has a responsibility to provide true oversight to the university because he has the interest.
What worries us is, why do you draw the relationship of blood? You know, why is there such a relationship that we are drawing?
Chair, again, we say the no confidence in the University of Venda Council is not only on the members themselves alone. It is also inclusive of the two chiefs whose by nature of their positions hold the responsibility to defend these females. And we are saying, to take it even further, he even had one of the relatives who is a complainant. And we are saying it would have been even far worse if the processes were not well followed when the chief own bloodline was involved.
Okay, continue. I think maybe, yeah, let's continue there.
Chair, I arrived at the University of Venda in 2006. I started my foundation there. Then I left it, I think 10 or 9 years later in 2015. And then I left with 3 degrees. With the question of
And when
the
were you,
I.
when were you in the SRC? Which year?
I started in 2009. I served for 4 years. So I've indicated in the statement here the number of years that actually I didn't indicate the number of years there. I just said I started in the SRC in 2009 and 10. And then in 2012 and 11. Can I proceed?
Yeah.
How many protests was I part of? Honorable Chair and Honorable Makgatho, I'm not a person who prefer protests. So at most, I only attended one protest. And this is the protest I told you about where the student did not write the third year exams, but otherwise I didn't take part in any other protest. They were there, but I didn't take part in them.
Come again, you said there were protests, but you didn't participate.
Yes.
And you were the president.
No, I've never been the president.
Oh,
I've
you
never
were
been the president.
Yeah.
I was just in the SRC. As a matter of fact, Chairperson, when there was some time when there was a protest, I released, because I was a well-known person there. I released a statement against those protests, deploying them and indicating to that particular SRC that the university is not really a place wherein, when we disagree with protests, we need to, exhaust the internal processes.
You don't believe that protest is a legitimate form of expressing a grievance?
I believe it's the last resort. I believe process is the last resort. Otherwise, if there are platforms to talk, let us talk. But if really there is an abruptive anger, that's where you can see the protest. But anger has never solved anything. Hence, I said that even in the protest that I took part, hence we say we had interest of the university. So we said, no, instead of jumping inside, let's go and close that gate so that they don't enter. And that's how we protested.
And that was the only protest you were involved in?
Yes.
Okay. All right, continue.
Honorable Makgatho did not get me about the class residencies. The class residencies are not, I was not referring to the residencies of the University of Venda. Of course, we do have, I think when I was there was one residence that was classy. The new one, it's called F5, it's only for females, it was classy. We were referring to the fact that these are the employees of the university who will do everything in their power not to do their work, knowing that their children are at UCT, the children are at University of Pretoria, and you mentioned them. And because they were able to afford, and by the way, as I had said, we were at the University of Venda because we were unable to afford. So we had to make sure that whatever the government is funding us through NEFSAS, these guys do not just earn it and we pay their children's remission. They must work for it. And that is really the fight that we had with most of these employees. Is this an athletic pool? Chair, I didn't see the pool with my eyes, but I know that when the pool was supposed to be built, especially for these students of biokinetics. And then before I left, I know that there were some presentations that the pool is about to be built. And if you, perhaps just that you already went to the University of Venda, if you have not yet went there, I will have encouraged you to visit, the hotel where these students, our students, were practicing to swim, he will be with us to say the pool was too small. Did I believe that Prof. Mbati will work with the SRC? He had worked with us well, and there's no doubt at all that he will work with any other SRC. Honorable Makgatho, did I cover all your questions?
Yeah, proceed. Just wrap up so that we can move.
Okay. Now there are two questions from Honorable Sibia. The 2014 audit findings, this I already answered to say we have not seen them. And then why are the pools prioritized before the accommodation? It's not true. The pools were not prioritized before the accommodation. Like I said, the investor vendor has offered that qualification for more than 10 years. And these students still did not know how to swim. So it was part of making sure that the students are able to do practicals. Is that all, Chair?
Okay, and just tell me just a few questions. In your view, do you think that the Council of the University acted swiftly to deal with the complaint of Professor Pendler? Swiftly in line with the sexual harassment policy?
You said the council or the councillor?
The council of the university.
Chair, that matter, when I should tell you, this matter, we saw it on the media at first. We saw it at the media. I think when
able to just answer the question as it is posed, just straight.
Using yes or no?
You can say yes and then motivate the no and then whatever, because now you are I don't know what is the purpose of elaboration, because I'm saying, do you think that the Council of the University acted swiftly to deal and process the complaint of Professor Pendler in line with the sexual harassment policy?
I wouldn't know, because I don't know which one came first, between the police case or the council proceedings. I wouldn't know.
So whether they acted swiftly. If I were to put it to you, that based on the evidence, based on the documentation, based on the evidence of the Commission for Gender Equality, based on the evidence of Dr. Chitekere, based on the evidence of Mr. Manenzi, Council was reluctant to process that complaint in line with its own policies. What are you going to say to that?
Chair, I can only comment on the other structures, duly constituted structures. I think that's, you said, these external structures, because I had the evidence of Mr. Dr. Chitekere. Some of these were not correct in that evidence, and this is in line with just not to defend the process. This is in line with the approval of conferences. I know that I once applied for a conference in that university, and I will say, Chairperson,
I thought we agreed that, look, don't evaluate other witnesses' statement. Leave that to us. You know.
But you're asking me to comment on his evidence.
I'm saying to you, if I will put it to you, that Council was reluctant to deal with the complaint as received from Professor Pendler. And I'm saying that given the information at our disposal, given the testimony of the Commission for Gender Equality, given the testimony of Dr. Chitekere, given the testimony of Mr. Manenzi, what are you going to say?
Without commenting on the testimony of Mr. Chitekere.
As far as it relates to this one specific issue about the swiftness of Council in implementing its own policy.
Okay, thank you. Chair, unfortunately, I will only help you on this one, because this is where we said Mr. Madau was supposed to come and clearly clarify. I've never been a member of Council, Chair.
Okay, no,
I did read some of the documents.
About cancel. Okay, so we say you can't comment on this one. On the
Yes,
first question, whether council acted swiftly, you said no, you can't say because you're not sure.
exactly.
On the two issues about how the handling of the allegation of sexual harassment. So Masai, can we make a conclusion that in as far as that is concerned, you don't really have got much to say?
Exactly, Chair.
Okay. That is the first one, because it had to take all this questioning to come to this. Because I don't have anything to say. And yet you are saying that council was very efficient and very effective and all of that, but you can't comment on how it handled that complaint. Okay, let's leave that one. Let's go to the other issues, maybe just to, because you see, on this one, at least we agree that you can't offer any evidence, you can't offer any testimony in as far as that is concerned. So we will rely on the testimonies and the evidence that we've received, some of which is on our document. Maybe there's other witnesses that are coming. Me and you have agreed on the issue, on the ethical integrity and ethical conduct. Me and you agree that if a senior person in an institution engages in a consensual sexual relationship with a subordinate, that is not ethical conduct, that's not ethical integrity. Do we agree again?
That we agree, Chairperson, that, and it has been our true position also, largely, if I could continue, Chairperson, largely because we were there for the interest of the students. Although there is no policy that this staff member should not date the students, we did not agree that they should date the students.
But we know what is ethical, what is not, It doesn't have
exactly, Chair. Exactly. We don't agree
that you measure the conduct of a person. So there are certain standards, that you all know. I don't have to repeat to you. So we all agree. Me and you agree on that one. We agree.
We do. We do.
Fine. And then there is an issue. Maybe let me just finish and then I think we'll come later.
Okay.
There's an issue of infrastructure at the university. Now, I think you have admitted to me when I asked you about the evidence of Dr. Chitekere, that Chitekere said to us in his written and even a verbal testimony that the issue of abandoned infrastructure projects were raised by the audit committee, the internal auditors were raised by the audit committee, was raised by himself to the audit committee, and that led to the deterioration of the relationship. So he was saying that the auditors were saying that there are projects which are abandoned, there are a lot of variations and so forth and so forth. Mr. Manenze also made a similar suggestions or similar points. So I asked you whether will you contradict that statement by Dr. Chitekere? You said no, you cannot. So we agree with you that that statement remains, that there were infrastructure backlogs, there were variations, there were some of the projects they were inflated and all of that. He mentioned the swimming pool. So me and you agree that that statement is a statement of fact given the position that he was holding and the kind of access to information that he was having. So you can't contest that kind of a statement. Do I agree?
No, Chair. You have edited the statement now to include the inflation of prices. You will remember I've answered about the prices to say when Dr. Zaiman come and present to us about the cost of the buildings, he come with the number, and we don't know if that number is the one that the auditors will have said there are some additions on this or what. What we have agreed upon is that there was indeed.
What you're saying, Mr. Mdiba, all what I'm saying is that I'm summarizing
the agreement.
Yes,
Chair, the agreement, our agreement.
But let me finish. I'm saying you can't come to the committee to us and say that there were no abandoned infrastructure project. All the projects were delivered on time, on price, and there were no variations and so forth. You can't come and say that with authority. Do you
Chair, on time, we admit on time, and this is our presentation to say there were projects that delayed. As for the abandoning of the projects, as well as the inflation of the prices, we did not see that. However, as we have said before, we believe that if the project takes long, maybe they might change the contract or what. If there was the price change, we believe that could have been, that was possible. We don't deny that evidence.
Yes, no, that's what I'm saying. You did not see it. Hence, I was referring you to the testimony of Dr. Chitekere. That is what Dr. Chitekere said to us. That according to the internal audit report, that is what has happened. According to his own observation and according to the information that was available at that stage, that was the case. So you said, no, I would not disagree with what he's saying.
Yes, Chair.
Okay, no,
Chair,
let's...
Chair, you will remember that...
You'll come back, you'll come back. If we agree, then let's leave it at that. You'll come back.
Can we finalize it here? Remember this, Chair. You want us to agree with the entire statement, and I'm saying we agree with the extension that there are what do you call this thing? The project that took long. We have already said we do not see the audit, but we do not dispute because we did not see it. We can't dispute something that we did not see.
Yes, okay. So the statement is like we can't dispute it. So let's leave it at that. Me and you, let's agree on that one. Okay, the third one, you mentioned fundraising by Professor Mbati. Of course, Honorable Litsi asked you for proof, and then you started mentioning witness of other statement. Why didn't you want proof from this one and from that one? And then at the end, you said, okay, fine, I'll give you the proof. Fine, I'll give you the proof. Okay, so we are going to get the proof of fundraising by Professor Mbati. Would like to have that proof because you are making a statement that Professor Mbati has fundraised for that university. As a result of his fundraising effort, there has been a massive expansion of the infrastructure. You showed us the picture that when he arrived, it was like this. When he left, it was like this because of his fundraising effort. So you didn't have proof of that. So you are going to get us proof of that fundraising effort by Professor Mbati. Do you agree?
We agree, Chair. Listening to your tone, I think it's important that we clarify this. You understand that when we say that we have seen the fundraising starting to happen, it's not that Professor Mbati independently outside the university went to fundraise. He led the university fundraising, isn't it? Is that how we understand each other?
Well, if you want to put it like that, all what you are saying, all what you are submitting to us is that because of his efforts of fundraising, the university raised a lot of money. So that's what we want to get proof of.
Yes, that we will get, we agree.
Okay. All right. No, I think I'm happy that at the end of a very long process, we can agree on a number of things. You know about this student protest and lack of student protest. I don't know which organization were you belonging to, but most of the student organizations in campuses, you mentioned them, the SASCO, EFS, Student Command, the YCL, even the ANC Youth League, and all the political structures represented in council. Most of them talks about militancy, radical action in pursuit of the student demands. I'm not sure which one were you subscribed to. Then there are other student organizations which, when I was a student activist, we used to refer to them as SWIDAT student organization. As those organizations which do not want to dare to challenge management, do not want to raise a hand, do not want to protest, they are SWIDAT kind of arrangement. So which of the two would you want to classify yourself during your tenure as a student leader?
When you are now isolating me, which is fine.
There was a question to you.
Yeah, but I have no problem in answering. When I got into, I left the substructure to go into cabinet, and I still have this communication. I have all my communications, by the way. The first communication that I've issued was to the university registrar. And I was saying in that communication, I'm laughing because I was laughing with the SPA, that when I took that communication, she said, for the first time, these are not revolutionary greetings, because normally, the greetings will go to receive revolutionary greetings and all those kind of things. But I did not do that. So in that communication, I was saying that we understand that the constitution of the SRC was not being complied with by some members of the management. They used to accept just students to come in before they come to us. And we are the ones who knew most of the problems. And we're saying that when the students come, let them refer them to us, you see. So I was not, and I'm still not, chairperson, a member. I was a member of a particular political party there that I don't want to tell you, but it was indeed a militant political party. I remember that we did engage in a strike. When I say we, I'm referring to students. And there's a president who was here, and I was very close to him, but I did not take part in that strike because I did not believe in that particular strike. I always had honorable member, as well as honorable chairperson, as well as committee members. I believed in dialogue, and I still believe in dialogue even today. I thought that that solved a lot of things, and it did. And indeed, it did. It did solve us a lot of problems, and it saved us injuries, and saved the university a lot of money. Okay. But you can be rest assured, chairperson. I can give you the nickname.
Okay, no, it's fine. It's fine. And I want to understand your some of the leadership style that you have, because you don't believe in protest, you believe in dialogue, you don't believe in militancy, you don't believe in radicalism. You think that the protest must be the last action and so forth. And most often, student leaders who have got or who exhibit those type of leadership style, they tend to be favorites of management because they are the good ones, you know.
Indeed.
Indeed. They sometimes get favorable treatment from management.
It's true. It's true, Chairperson. I will tell you this. I went.
It's fair to conclude that you fall in that category.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not at all. Che, I think in this slogan that we used, you know, my history is well written down there, and I think everyone can attest to it. I want to tell you this, Chairperson. I once went to Russia, and there was a strike in that university. People told me that the security came to look for me, you know, because when I came back, I understood that they targeted those that they thought are troublesome. And to them, they thought that I was there, I was part of that particular disruption. And unfortunately, I was oceans away.
Unfortunately, you see what happened. Unfortunately, they ascribe a description which was not really you. They thought you are a troublemaker. They thought you are military. They thought that's not all those things. That's what I wanted to. But anyway, that is just on the issue that Honorable Makgatho was raising, because you see how it becomes important to myself and to the portfolio committee is to understand the student leader that we are dealing with. You see, who is the student leader that we are dealing with? Is more favorable to being, you know, on the side of management, on the side of the students, and all of that. But let me leave it at that. Let me just say in closing, Mr. Mudiba, me and you have agreed on a number of issues. Let me just
Chairperson, may I interject you just slightly there?
No, you'll make your concluding comments. Let me just finish my part, because I want to summarize on the things that we have agreed on. So we have agreed that you can't comment much about what was the attitude of council on the complaint that was raised by Professor Pendler, whether council was swift in implementing its own policy in dealing with the complaint that was laid in line with the policies of sexual harassment by council. Me and you have agreed that you can't really comment on that because you don't have knowledge of what was the attitude of council, how did council treat that matter. Do we agree on that? I'm just verifying that this is something that we have agreed on. Is
yes,
that the case?
That is the case, Chair.
Secondly, me and you agree on the issue of ethical conduct. That if you are going to say that the person is of ethical integrity, it's which type of a person? Is the person who cannot have a relationship when he's a senior with a minor? That one we agree, isn't it?
Okay. Yes, we agree
on that. On the infrastructure backlog, me and you agree that there were infrastructure projects that were abandoned, and some of them, if not most of them, were not implemented within the time and within the budget. We may differ about whether there was variation or not, but there we agree, isn't it?
Chair, we agree on the time.
Yeah, and the budget.
The budget and the variation is the one that we say we don't know, because the values that were presented to us, they never changed.
Okay. No, it's fine. I think we agree on most of the things that are before us. me and you, Mr. Mudiba. I don't know really why were you emotional in the statement? Because basically these are the issues that the portfolio committee is probing. The portfolio committee is probing implementation of resolutions by council. That's why we are here. That's why we have called you. That's why we have called other witnesses. Because we want to say the management and council must make sure that they implement the policies that exist so that they don't have to cause, if there's unnecessary delay and all of that, they cause prejudice on those that are relying on them to implement their own policy. That's why we are coming. This is what we are doing as part of our oversight, is governance issues at the university, you see. And now you are accusing us of being malicious, but yet me and you agree on a number of things, which are really what this committee is supposed to be doing. Don't you think that you were a bit, you know, you took it a bit far in terms of the attacks of the members of the committee? This process is malicious, it's an attack on this, it's an attack on that. If you look at what I've just explained to you, that this is what the committee seeks to achieve out of this process. There is a report, maybe let me just ask you this one. Have you seen a report by the Department of Higher Education and Training on the abandoned infrastructure projects, which identified about 16 infrastructure projects which were abandoned at the university during the tenure of Professor Mbati? Have you seen that?
Chair, I have not seen that, but I know that there are projects. This is now national politics. There are, Chair, when there was change in Ministry of Higher Education, in these institutions where there was development, the projects stopped, all of them. And I know that you guys have got a proximity to the minister, and these universities can be able to pinpoint which ones there was this stoppage. It was not only the University of India.
Let's not cast aspersion on the ministers. They are not here to answer for themselves. Neither is this process about them. So let's not even enter that space that somebody deliberately stopped project at historically disadvantaged institution. I doubt if but anyway, let's leave that one about the ministers' politics. I don't know what will be the interest of a minister to stop projects at historically disadvantaged institutions.
Chair, I didn't say the minister stopped. I didn't say anyone stopped. I said when there was a change in ministries, the project subsequently stopped. I didn't say anyone stopped them.
Okay, all right. No, but that is a suggestion that we are making. But otherwise, let me thank you very much, Mr. Mudiba, for coming here. It has been a very long testimony that you have given. And interactions and engagements. But I'm sure at the end we had agreed on what is the intention of this exercise. Is to do an oversight, is to hold people accountable for performing their functions, for doing what they have been appointed, they have been elected to do. This is why we are here. Nothing malicious about this process. We receive a complaint, we look at the complaint, and then we come in. You yourself, if you have got anything, you can bring it to our attention, we'll look at it. If it has got merits, we will definitely come in. Any South African can do that. Any organization is allowed to interact with us and will always come in. There is no personal benefit, nothing personal about this thing. I have not been to the University of Venda. but Honorable Makgatho has been, I think it was last year. She has been to the University of Venda. She has shared with us some of the pictures that she took about the state of infrastructure there. What is happening? She has interacted with many of the student leaders there. I have not been there. I've got no personal knowledge of all these issues that we are dealing with. So there's nothing personal. I'm sure with all the members who are on this platform, we are here to do our job of holding people to account. If you are a public official, you do something that is not in accordance with the expectation that we have, we will come there to make sure that you account for that. As parliamentarians, as the representatives of the people, we'll always come there. Of course, when we come, we want people to account, we'll be accused of all sorts of things. We're used to this, but at the end of the day, it is our duty to do. That's why you elected us. When you participated in the elections, you elected all of us. You're expecting us to hold people to account. But otherwise, thank you very much, Mr. Mudiba. This brings us to the end of your testimony. It's late now, members. 7 o'clock. I hope that I don't know whether should we take the last witness and then the other one. And
Chairperson,
Mr. Mudiba?
I can have my closing remarks.
Oh, I thought we were done, but you can. Let's give you that opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Chair. First, let me, of course, thank you for this opportunity awarded to us. Indeed, Chair, we do agree, and there's no doubt about that. Hence, we say that if there's any fraud that has happened, let the law authorities be called and let those who have benefited unduly be arrested. There's no doubt about that. So I see the word malicious did not sit well with you. And then we have clarified, of course, that what we did not feel comfortable talking about here was only those things that the courts have ruled upon. And lastly, Chair, I want to tell you about the issue of strikes, because I know that young people could be listening to this.
Yeah, I know. Let's leave that one because we don't have time, Mr. Mudiba. I think you clarified. Let's leave. Me and you will have a tea. We'll have our own tea party.
We should. And thank you for inviting us.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mudiba. Can we check members? Do we still have the energy to go for an hour? I would like us to take the former registrar, Mr. Namadzivanani. We'll just allocate 1 hour, not more than an hour. Can we proceed, members? Okay, so silence means we are fine. We can proceed. Mr. Namadzivanani, are you here? Not yet.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, are you here?
Yes.
Oh, all right. Can you switch on your video? I'd like to see you.
It says here you cannot start your video because the host has disabled it.
Oh, the host.
Yes.
All right. Let's see if I can help you. Can you do it? Okay. All
yes.
Right. Mr. Namadzivanani, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, it's quite late. We took longer than what we were anticipating, but of course we can't stop people sort of midway. We took longer with Mr. Mudiba than we were anticipating we were going to. But of course, there was some engagement. I'm sure you're listening.
Yes, I was.
We agreed on what we agreed on. I think members agree. Maybe we will take yourself, and then the last witness we will take next week Tuesday. I must inform the members that Mrs. Shirley Mabusela has just confirmed. We wrote them letters as per your request, members, that okay, let me do this. As per the resolution of this inquiry, that we must summon them. So we issued the letters to give them the last opportunity. And so Mrs. Mabusela has indicated that she's going to make available on Monday. And then we're still waiting for Mr. Maja. We've said to them they must indicate to us, failing which we will issue out the summons. So she said, no, it's fine. She will come on Tuesday. So the last witness here will come on Tuesday maybe after or before. We'll see how we structure the program. Mrs. The former chair of council. Ms. Gangen, I see you are on the platform. Can you proceed and administer the oath for Mr. Nemazivanani?
Good afternoon, Mr. Nemazivanani.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You are required to take an oath in accordance with Section 16 of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act 2004 to appear before this committee as a witness and to answer questions related to the Oversight Inquiry into the appointment of Professor P. Mbati as Vice-Chancellor of Sefako Makgatho University and other related matters, Part A, University of Venda. Please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of this inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or damages. You are, however, protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a house or committee may not be used against you in any court or any place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge related to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. Please be aware that in terms of Section 17(2) of the Powers, Privileges and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a house or a committee with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offence and is liable to a fine or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence that you're about to give is truthful. You may choose to take an oath or the affirmation. Which do you prefer?
I'll take an oath, ma'am.
Please raise your right hand and state after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I say that the evidence I'm going to give shall be the truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
You are now sworn in. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mrs. Gangen. Thank you for this. Mr. Nemazivanani, we have invited you. You have given us your statement. We would like you to help us with some of the developments there at the University of Venda. So we'll now hand over to you to read the statement. Please just be mindful of time. Be aware that we've got a copy of your statement. Just read it to record, but if you have to summarize some aspects, in the interest of time, I'm going to ask you to do that. But go ahead. Over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. Maybe before I read the statement, I just want to say a word or two about some background. I joined the University of Venda in 1982 as a student. I was one of the first students. I was in the first graduation ceremony in 1985. And in 1986, I joined the university as a junior lecturer. I later became lecturer, senior lecturer, head of the English department, dean of the Faculty of Arts, deputy registrar, and registrar in that order. The University of Venda is an institution that I'm proud of, having been associated with it for a long time. I know that in the country, in South Africa, the University of Venda is ranked number 19. In Africa, it's ranked number 115, and in the world, it's rated number 5,076. I now turn to read my statement. I'm going to read it in the order that the questions were listed in the communication that I received from the Portfolio Committee. Number one, allegations that Professor Mbati sexually harassed Professor Pendler. I do not have personal knowledge of the developments that gave rise to this allegation, although the alleged harassment is supposed to have happened before I was unfairly dismissed by Professor Mbati.
Just a minute. Mr. Namazivanan, I don't know. Maybe those might have been questions that were sent long time ago.
Yes.
Because it has always been the intention of the committee to avoid to probe whether there were merits or there are no merits to the allegation that there was a harassment.
Yes.
So you have been listening to what I've been saying to other witnesses that let's avoid that one.
Okay.
Rather concentrate on what is your knowledge in respect of how council treated the complaint that was laid by Professor Pendler?
Yes, that is why I'm saying that I do not have any personal knowledge, because when these things came out in the open, I was no longer in the institution. I was initially suspended and then dismissed. And
Okay.
this thing played out.
Okay, no, it's fine. I think let's proceed on that basis.
So you want me to proceed to the next issue?
Yeah, please.
Oh, okay. Number two is Professor Mbati's alleged failure to properly manage infrastructure projects. I think the projects that are under discussion were undertaken after my dismissal, and I therefore have no information regarding them. All I have is what I hear, but I don't have any first-hand information. The projects that were undertaken when I was there were projects that were being completed, which were initiated by the acting Vice-Chancellor, who was Mbati's predecessor, and myself as the registrar at the time. The two of us were the management of the university at that time, and they were completed during that time. But
Okay.
the new projects...
Sorry, Mr. Namazivanan. Read your statement in full,
Yes.
except the first part. Just read it, and then when we are done, we'll ask you questions.
Okay. Thank you. Numbers. I was talking about the issue of the projects. That these projects were under dismissal, and I therefore have no information of finance management. My knowledge germane to this allegation only extends to financial mismanagement, and only as this relates to baseless and costly disciplinary actions against staff and dismissals. 3.1, my own dismissal. I'll talk about my own dismissal. 3.1.1, Professor Peter Mbati was appointed Vice-Chancellor of Univen in 2008. I initially worked very well with him. In 2010, a forensic investigation was done by Deloitte after Nehao raised issues with the appointment of the clean shop, suggesting that there may have been corruption in the appointment of the company. After Professor Mbati received that forensic report, I was charged. I asked to see the report which formed the basis of the charges, but the request was denied by both Professor Mbati and the attorneys that represented the university at the hearing, at my disciplinary hearing. However, some of the witnesses against me at the hearing had seen the report. These included Dr. Zyman, then Deputy Vice-Chancellor, and the author of the report, a certain Mr. Rammeho. Dr. Zyman was not even employed by the university when those issues arose. I explained at the hearing that everybody I did was with the knowledge, approval, authority, and under the instruction of the acting Vice-Chancellor, Dr. James Leat. Dr. Leat came to the hearing from Cape Town as my witness and confirmed this. I was dismissed in December 2011. I lodged an internal appeal. The chairperson of the appeals committee, Honorable Faith Mutambi, now Honorable Member of Parliament, wrote a report reinstating me to my position. This did not sit well with Professor Mbati. The report was disowned by the other two members at an EXCO council meeting, and another report was written by the other two members, confirming the disciplinary hearing finding of dismissal. 312. Aggrieved by this turn of events, I approached the CCMA after a hearing of 9 days at the CCMA. The CCMA found me not guilty and made an award of reinstatement and back pay in November 2013. Dr. Leat, the then acting Vice-Chancellor, had again traveled at his own expense from Cape Town, where he lives, to the CCMA to give evidence as my witness and confirmed that he indeed made the decisions that I implemented. Professor Mbati rejected this award and decided to review the award with the Labour Court. The Labour Court in 2017 dismissed the award of the CCMA. I was unhappy with the Labour Court judgment, and I successfully appealed it at the Labour Appeal Court in February 2020. By this time, Professor Mbati had left the University of Venda. With reference to 312 above, it must be pointed out that the University Council attempted to settle with me in 2015. A committee of 3 members appointed by Council to settle with me made a submission to Council after we had had 3 meetings. The agreement arrived at was for some financial compensation and reinstatement to another position with retention of salary and benefits. I was told that Professor Mbati rejected this and proposed that I be given a 1-year salary. This was never formally communicated to me, although I would have rejected it anyway. I can cite a few examples to show that the charges against me were trumped up. To avoid prolixity, I will cite a few instances to show that the charges were baseless and malicious. The full charge sheet can be made available if required, and indeed it was later made available to the committee at the request of the committee. I was charged with recommending the appointment of the clean shop to Council. The university could not produce any evidence to back up this charge. This never happened. The decision to appoint was made by Dr. Leat, then acting Vice-Chancellor, and he came to both the hearing, internal hearing, and the CCMA to testify on this. It was then alleged that the legal advisor had advised me against appointing the cleaning company and that I ignored his advice. The legal advisor was never called to testify to this charge. He apparently told them that if they called him, he would testify that he never advised me. At this point, the hearing was in Johannesburg at the Bowman-Gilfillan offices, and Bowman-Gilfillan were the university legal representatives. They were actually serving as prosecutors in this case. The then legal advisor stayed in a hotel in Johannesburg for 2 nights at the university expense and ended up not traveling. He was paid for traveling to Johannesburg and for subsistence. I was charged with shortlisting the cleaning company when I had not done so. The person who shortlisted was a university witness against me and was never charged. It was a certain Mr. Masiagwara. I was charged for signing a contract with the cleaning shop, with the cleaning company in charge 5, when my signature was never on the contract. There are other people that had signed that contract and witnessed, but they were never charged. I was charged for extending the contract with the travel agent, Travel with Flair, when the contract had in fact not expired and could therefore not have been extended. Again, there was no evidence to back this up. I was charged for signing a contract with an upfront payment to a cleaning company against policy. And I pointed out that Professor Mbati had himself also signed a contract authorizing an upfront payment. It was strange that he could charge me when he himself had done the same thing. The contract that I signed was prepared by the legal advisor on the instruction of the acting Vice-Chancellor, and on whose instruction I signed it, because it was only the two of us in the management. Just to explain, the arrangement at the University of Venda at that time was that Dr. Liet, the acting Vice-Chancellor, was contracted from Cape Town, and he indicated to the council that he could only give them 2 weeks in a month, 10 days in a month. The other 2 days he would be away from campus, and I would be the one managing the institution on his behalf and under his instruction. The contract that I signed was prepared by the legal advisor on the instruction of the acting Vice-Chancellor, and on whose instruction I signed. The contract was witnessed by the legal advisor without any indication to me that there was something wrong with it. And the legal advisor was never charged. It is my considered opinion that Professor Mbati went to great lengths to get rid of me, and that public funds were not spared to ensure that this happens. The case ended in my favor at the Labour Appeals Court in February 2020, after 9 years. And all this time, the university was represented by Bauman Gilfilen. 9 years of my life, of my working life, were wasted. The university initially indicated that they were considering to appeal to the Constitutional Court, but later indicated that they wanted to pay me. In effecting payments, they drastically reduced what was due to me and continue to refuse to pay what is due to me. It is my reasonable suspicion that millions of rands were spent on pursuing baseless and malicious charges against staff, and that an investigation of expenditure on disciplinary cases like mine would uncover huge fruitless expenditure. Professor Pendler's dismissal. My understanding is that Professor Pendler was dismissed for an unstated reason. What is officially peddled is that she was dismissed for involvement in the appointment of a cleaning company called the Clean Shop. That is with the internal process when she was dismissed internally. She could not have been involved because she played no role in the appointment. The decision to appoint the Clean Shop was made by Dr. James Liet, the then acting Vice-Chancellor. And the reason that was given was that she took a bribe of around 1,000 rand, and the witness who testified against her also testified against me. And in my hearing,
Mr. Namasivanan.
Yes.
I think that is the matter that has been finalized by the Labour Court on the dismissal. So we can't enter into that one. Remember, the court made a determination on that one. So it's going to be academic for us to listen to the evidence regarding the dismissal. Let's move to another one.
Okay. Number 4. For ease of reference, I attach as annexures relevant
You unmute yourself. Mr. Namazivanani, can you unmute yourself? Sure. Mr. Namazivanani, you were muted.
Yes.
You were muted, yeah. Continue. Your mic was off.
Oh, okay. But can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Hello?
We can hear you now. You can continue.
Extract from the Labor Court judgment, marked KC4, and an extract from Appeal Court judgment, marked KC5. I will be happy to provide more information and answer any questions during the meeting as requested. And indeed, there was a request for more information, which I provided. And the request for more information was to the effect that I should provide full reports, not just extracts, as I had initially done. This concludes my statement, and I'm willing to take questions.
Okay. All right. So basically, your statement relates to the abuse of or alleged abuse of the processes to deal with those that Professor Mbati did not agree with. Okay, let's get to the questions. I don't know whether members have got questions. So what is the situation now? You were dismissed by Prof. Mbati. You took the matter to the Labor Court and
To the CCMA.
the CCMA. And then
Initially, yes.
And then what happened?
The CCMA ruled in my favor.
Okay. So then it was
the CCMA ruled. Yeah, then it was taken. Then the university.
It was taken on review.
It was taken on review.
And
to the Labor Court. And the Labor Court ruled in my disfavor, and I could understand why. I don't really blame the Labor Court, but when the hearing started, the acting judge then said that she did not have my documents in the file, and that the documents were put under her door on the day of the hearing. In the morning when she went to the office, that's when she found my documents, and she had not had time to read. So she went ahead and had the case anyway. So the outcome then was against me. Then I appealed to the Labor Appeals Court.
Mm-hmm. And you won
the Labor, yes, I won the matter at the Labor Appeals Court.
So what is the situation with you right now?
The situation with me right now is that the university decided against an appeal and offered to pay. And I was, in any case, reaching retirement age. So they said that they were going to pay, but when we calculated the payments, it was we had differences. While we were still arguing over amounts, and we were insisting on correct calculations, the university ignored our requests to do the correct calculations and went ahead and paid that what they thought that what they maintained was due to me. So, according to us, by us I mean my legal representatives and myself, the university still owes me money. We launched another case now to the Labor Court, and we're waiting for a date so that we can get what I think I properly deserve.
So what was the Labor Court saying, that you must be reinstated or you must be paid?
The Labor Court confirmed, the Labor Appeals Court confirmed the order of the CCMA of reinstatement and back pay.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's supposed to be 9 years of
yes, altogether, yes.
Court if it confirms, then it's supposed to apply retrospectively.
Yes.
Okay.
It's supposed to be 8 years if my memory serves me well, because I left the institution in April 2011 and I was on suspension, and the dismissal only came in December. While I was on suspension, I was earning a salary.
Mm.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
But apart from the money that is due to me, there's also money that the university would have had to pay to its legal representatives, which is Baumann Gilfillan, and the order from the Labor Appeals Court was that the university's matter is dismissed with costs. So they must also pay some of my legal costs.
Okay.
And there's a tussle there also.
There's a what?
There's a tussle there also regarding how much exactly should be paid. And that matter is now going for taxation before the master of the court.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So you believe that your suspension and ultimately your dismissal had to do with oh, my apologies, sir. So you believe that your suspension and your ultimate dismissal had to do with Prof. Mbati?
Yeah, it was malicious. He was the chief disciplinary officer. He's the one who charged me. And the charges were frivolous. I was asked to provide the complete charge sheet. Some of the things that I was charged for, the university itself does not have. For instance, in charge 125, it says, I did not complete a direct contracting form explaining circumstances which necessitates deviation from normal procurement processes. And when we asked the university for a copy of this direct contracting form, they did not have it. There was no such form, but I was charged for not completing it. And the legal advisor, as I indicated, this is I'm talking about this with regards to wasteful expenditure. The legal advisor, while the hearing was in Johannesburg, was asked to come and be a witness. He spent 2 nights there at the university's coast. He traveled to Johannesburg and claimed for travel per kilometer from the university. He was paid subsistence, but he did not testify when there was a charge which said that he advised me. When at the hearing, we came to that charge, I asked, where is Dr. Lidobo, the legal advisor? The answer from the university's lawyer was that, oh, he suddenly took ill, he had to leave. What they did not tell me or us at the hearing was that he had refused to be coerced into testifying on lies, because he specifically told them, I'm told, that what you are saying, I advised Mr. Nemadzivanani. It's not true. I did not advise him. But they said, well, since the charge is already on the charge sheet, please just testify. But then he refused. Then he was sent away, but he was paid anyway.
Okay, so you say Professor Mbati was a chief disciplinary officer.
In terms of the statute, the Vice-Chancellor is the chief disciplinary officer of the institution.
Okay.
Yeah, well, at least in terms of the statute as it's then applied, I don't have a copy of the new statute.
Okay. Why do you think is the reason why he, in your view, he patched you? He suspended you and brought what you think are frivolous charges and got you expelled or dismissed. Why do you think he did that?
I can only give you my opinion. He would really know the truth.
We want to understand the motive. What do you think would have been the motive? Was he really of the view that there was something wrong which you did, or you think that it was just malicious? There was nothing really to it.
You see, I am a person that normally stands on the truth. I know that you said that we should not talk about Pendler, but I thought you said that we shouldn't really deal with the merits.
Yeah, you can talk about Pendler. It's fine. You can talk about her.
Yes, what I wanted to read initially when I started was that in 2011, at the beginning of the year, at the beginning of the year, the management and the deans would indicate, actually the previous year, the numbers of students that you would be willing to accommodate, willing and able to accommodate in the next year. So there were numbers of students. At the beginning of the year, when students came for admission and registration, we realized that we were falling short of our targets. So as registrar, I approached Professor Mbati, excuse me, and said to him, now look, we're short of the numbers and we need to get more students so that we can reach our target, because if we don't, that's going to have implications on the budget, because the budget are also determined on student numbers. Now, I suggested that it would be better for us to place advertisements in the media, newspapers, radios, and so on, to say that there are still openings in certain programs. He agreed and asked me to do that, which I did. But in the advert, I wrote the numbers of deans so that interested students and parents who would want their students to come to the university would contact those deans directly. There was interest. So Professor Penja was not happy that we did that, because she complained that her telephone kept ringing. Students were inquiring. So she wrote an email on the management WhatsApp group to complain bitterly, to say this is wrong, this should not be done, it's an invasion of our privacy and so on. I took her on and said, now look, the number that they are calling you on is an official university phone number. The university gave it to you so that you can do your work. And this is part of the job that you need to be doing. So she wasn't happy. Unbeknown to me, she had then gone on to divert her calls to Professor Mbati's number, the Vice-Chancellor. So all the students that were now calling to her number were now being diverted to the Vice-Chancellor's office, to the Vice-Chancellor's cell number. And the Vice-Chancellor's number kept ringing incessantly. So he told me about this. And indeed, when I was with him, the phone rang. And he looked at the number, he said, answer. When I answered, it was a student inquiring about the program in education, which is Professor Penja's domain. So I confirmed what he was telling me. I said, no, this is out of order, Vice-Chancellor. She cannot do that. You must call her to account. He did not do that. Later, because it kept going on, I suggested to him that, now look, let us call all the deans and explain the rationale for placing the advert again, so that we can explain to the dean why we did that. So the deans came to the meeting. Professor Mbati and I went to the meeting. Then he asked me to do the presentation to the deans, which I did. The deans engaged. But at that meeting, neither Professor Mbati nor Professor Penja said anything. At the end of the meeting, that was when Professor Mbati said to the deans, there is a dean who has directed their number to my number, diverted their number to my number, and will please, that dean please redirect the number, because now my phone is ringing incessantly. And then we closed the meeting. But I insisted that this is not right, it's not proper. Action must be taken against her, or at least she should be called to account. That was never done. So I'm not really sure whether that is one of the contributory factors to the discomfort. The other thing is that at a time when we were going through the statute, the review of the statute, I insisted very vehemently that the Vice-Chancellor's term must be 2 terms. First 5 years and the second 5 years a total of 10 years, and the Vice-Chancellor would no longer be eligible for a third term. I insisted on this vehemently at the meeting. And I don't know whether that led to some discomfort and so on, but the reality of the situation is that if I believe in a thing and I investigate it and I'm sure that this is the right way to go, I may be wrong at times, but I would say this is how I see things and this is how things should be done. And if I'm proved otherwise, I would concede. But I'm not really sure whether this is some of the things that would have led to discomfort and so on. But this to me showed that there was some element of desperation to even go and charge me for signing a contract that I did not sign. So there was an element of haste. And also the lawyers that were engaged from a reputable company like Bowman Gilfillan. If you are a lawyer and you are asked, we want you to charge this person for signing a contract that he did not have any authority to sign, you should say, where is the contract? That was not done. And now charge number 6, they said, I extended the contract of a travel agent. If you're a lawyer, you should say, where is the old contract? Where is the new contract that he extended, that he signed? That was never done, because when we went to the hearing, we said, okay, what is the old contract? They didn't have it. What is the new contract? They didn't have it. So that actually fell off. So a number of other things to say that I went to a council meeting and motivated that a company should be appointed when I did not have authority to do so, and I did not disclose to that council meeting that I had met with that company before. And there was never such a council meeting where I made this submission to council. We said, give us the minutes of the meeting. There was no meeting where I made those submissions. So you could see that there was an element of desperation. I should be taken out of the system by any means necessary. Throw everything in the pot and see what happens. But to answer your question directly, I was also passive.
Okay. All right. Lastly, from my side, why do you think that when Professor Pendler directed the calls to the Vice-Chancellor, and both of you picked up that it was Professor Pendler who directed the calls, and Professor Mbati was reluctant to approach her directly? Why do you think that was the case?
I could not understand it at the time, but with the benefit of hindsight, when these issues of sexual relations between them came up and the allegations of sexual harassment, which I later learned about after I left the institution, I thought that it could perhaps be that if there was indeed a relationship, it was beginning to sour or something like that, but I can't definitively say so.
Okay. All right. I saw Honorable Manani, so are you still there?
Yes, Chairperson.
Come in.
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson. Let me start by welcoming Mr. Namadzivanani, and I'm partly covered on your first question of asking him why does he think, why were the calls transferred, of which he has responded to that. So, sir, I want you to describe Prof Mbati, if you were to be given a chance to say, tell us who's Prof Mbati, what would you define his leadership? And secondly, I want to check with you, because I can see that you are relating to us that you would ask when things were not going right. With your issues, before you go to CCMA, have you had some attempts or engagement with Prof Mbati with regards to the unjust and dissatisfaction on how he was doing things?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Manani. So, Mr. Namadzivanan.
The question, well, the question has two legs. I must describe Professor Mbati as a leader. My opinion is that Professor Mbati does not brook opposition.
Does not?
He brook opposition. He does not accept opposition.
Okay.
He doesn't brook opposition. For him, you see, let me express it this way. For me, in an environment where people are working, I understand the situation to be dynamic. I understand differences to be a confrontation between mind and mind, not a confrontation between person and person. I will agree with you. At times I will agree fiercely, but it will be at the level of engagement of ideas, not personally. And that is what makes me unafraid to engage with people. But some people, when you come with a different opinion, they think you are opposing them personally. And my opinion, this is my opinion, is that Professor Mbati falls in this group. Because I think that when you challenge his thinking ability, when you challenge his ideas, instead of making you see his point, he wants to get rid of you. It's like a person who wants to get rid of the problem by any means necessary without trying to solve the problem so that things can be normalized. That's how I would describe him, from my experience at least. Did I ever engage him? Yes, there will be instances where I would engage. But I always make sure that these engagements were structured in a formal meeting, like in a meeting of executive management. There was a time when there was a complaint that when we go to council, as the management, we should speak with one voice. That means that at the level of management, you should engage with issues. That's how I understood it. You should engage with issues. Even if I have a different opinion, once I have engaged with colleagues and a position is adopted, when I go to council, I should defend that position because it was a position engaged with at the level of management. That was the understanding. But at times I would hear things being said to council, which were never engaged at the level of executive management. And at the next executive management, I would raise this issue to say that, now look, this is the modus operandi. This is what we agreed would operate, how we agreed would operate. But I was surprised to hear a matter raised at council, which we did not engage with. And it's unfair of me to be expected to maintain my silence when I don't know anything about the matter. So those kinds of engagements I would, because I would realize that perhaps between him and Dr. Zaiman, the acting the then Deputy Vice-Chancellor Operations, there were discussions. And as a registrar and chief administrative officer in terms of the statute, I was not party to those things. And then they would be verbalized at council. And I was expected to maintain my silence. I would, but then I would come back to the management to say, no, this is wrong. So this is how I answer the question, whether or not I ever engaged with him.
Okay, Honorable Makgatho.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just perhaps have just a few questions, Chair. From a registrar's perspective, in terms of infrastructure, it's very important for, as you take in your numbers, or, as you admit students, you want to have some sort of certainty, and I guess you have anxieties around the capacity of the institution to take students in. And do you think that the delays in the various infrastructure development projects had a huge contribution to, or
Hello, I can't hear now.
Yeah, I think we are missing Honorable Makgatho. We had some connectivity issues. Maybe let me just come in, and then when she's back on the, when she's back on the platform, she can. Okay. Tell us, Mr. Namatsevana, did you ever initiate any settlement discussion with the council?
No, I did not. Rather, the council initiated a settlement arrangement with me.
How did they?
Yes, they did. They appointed a 3-person committee.
They appointed
to come and committee of council members.
Okay.
It was Advocate Makgatho, Mr. Levindo was representing Convocation on Council, and a certain lady whose name I forget, who was also representing Convocation on Council. We met 3 times. First, we met in Polokwane in the evening. They paid for my accommodation there. We did not conclude the discussions. They scheduled another meeting, and we met in Johannesburg at the Protea Hotel. They even paid for my accommodation there. And finally, we agreed that I would be reinstated to the university. But then, because at that point, the position of registrar had now been filled, I would be assigned another responsibility, and that I would get some form of payment in terms of lost income. They submitted, my understanding, they gave me to understand that they were going to submit that report and recommendations to the council. Later, 2 members of the council, Mr. Levindo and a certain Mr. Kenny Maimera, who were members of the council, came to see me. This time they called me and invited me to a meeting at the local hotel here in Toyando. They told me that the matter has been finalized. We're going to get HR to organize an office. You'll be getting information on where you're going, and then we'll come back to you. They never came back to me. I learned later that when they made a presentation, Professor Mbati rejected that at the council meeting. And the counter suggestion that came was that I should be paid 1 year's salary. And that would be communicated to me by Mr. Makgatho, the late Mr. Makgatho. It was never formally communicated to me. So in terms of an offer for settlement, that's as far as this matter went. So in fact, I had said to them, now look, because they are taking this matter on review to the labor court, and you are saying that we should negotiate a settlement, hold that process so that we can talk about settlement. But they did not do that. They allowed the 2 processes to go together. While I'm settling with them, I'm also going to the labor court. So that's with regard to settlement.
All right. Honorable Makgatho, are you still there?
Hi, Chair. I've just had to change gadgets. I don't know. My laptop was indicating something about hackers, and then it kicked me out. I'm not certain as to what happened there.
I hope that though maybe our team from our technical team was able to, I don't know what we're doing in terms of the security of our meetings, but I was quite alarmed when it indicated that there's a possible hacker attempt or something like that on the gadget, but it kicked me out nonetheless. But just to go back to the questions that I had, Chair, I was speaking, of course, in relation to the impact of the delays in the infrastructure development projects and their impact on the academic program from a registrar's perspective, and whether or not he is of the view that the allegations that Professor Mbati interfered in how procurement processes took place with regards to infrastructure development projects could have also impacted on the delays on the infrastructure development projects. Is he also of that view? And whether or not, Professor Mbati's legacy is an attribution to some of the challenges that are faced at the institution historically and currently. On Professor Mbati's capacity, having worked with Professor Mbati so closely as a registrar, whether or not he has or he's fit to then be at Sefako Makgatho University, and then just noting some of the narrations that have been put forth by Mr. Nima Divanani. Would he say that Professor Mbati, from his experience, Professor Mbati is able to have cordial and progressive stakeholder relations with those that he closely works with? And does he believe that he has the ability to resolve and manage conflict within the workplace as a leader, of an environment such as that at the university, in his role as a Vice-Chancellor? Thank you very much, Chair, and apologies for the technical challenge that I had.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Makgatho. I think we'll ask that IT have a look at that and probably give us some explanation about what has happened. Mr. Namadzivanani, I'm sure you're noting the questions.
Yes, I noted the questions.
Okay.
I'll start with the issue about stakeholder relations. If my experience of working with Professor Mbati at the University of Venda is anything to go by, it will be difficult for Professor Mbati to negotiate stakeholder relations, not just at Sefako Makgatho University, at any university, unless there is a sudden and drastic transformation in his relations. Because a leader, as I indicated earlier, should see opposition in terms of ideas as a confrontation between mind and mind, not person and person. Should take things personally. And a leader should not try to get rid of people that he works with, that he thinks they disagree with him, because you get strengthened from disagreement. You actually learn. It's really learning the other side. And then you get strengthened by that. And my experience is that Professor Mbati, during the time that I worked with, and with hindsight, was wanting in those aspects. The issue about infrastructure development, delays, and capacity. I want to answer this question this way, and I hope it's not going to be long-winded. The University of Venda started as a university, formal university, in 1982. That's when I joined it. It started on the grounds of an agricultural high school. During that time, there were 382 students in total at the university. I was one of them. By the time that I left the institution, if my memory serves me well, the enrollment had grown to around 10,000, 11,000. It therefore goes without saying that the growth in student number should be concomitant with the growth in infrastructure and other facilities that are necessary for a conducive learning environment. By and large, the institution has been growing organically over the years. It did not start an exponential growth with Professor Mbati. It was just a steady growth. And the University of Venda is not a private institution. It's a public institution funded largely by the taxpayer. And the Department of Education, in my understanding, provides, the Department of Higher Education provides some kind of oversight. They should see that there are enough facilities in institutions and make facilities available by way of funding, assisting the institution, and so on. So during the time that I was there, although the infrastructure capacity was not the best, we were able to cater for students. That is why we needed to project the numbers in line with the facilities that we had. But then there was a lot of infrastructure development that took place when I was there, after I had left the institution. To cater for the numbers of students, the enrollment had now grown higher than the number of students that was there when I was part of that institution. So it's infrastructural development is a requisite mechanism for ensuring that students are catered for in the institution, in terms of the academic experience, and in terms of the quality of life of their lives outside the classroom. That is in their residencies, in the halls of residencies, and even those that don't stay on residence. If there is private accommodation outside, the institution should make sure that it's up to standard. Those are issues that we initiated, and I'm sure that the growth has been organic. So infrastructure development is really necessary. We must make sure that there is capacity. And when I was there was capacity to make sure that students get what they should get. But I don't want to profess that it was enough. Any situation can always be improved upon.
Okay, Mr. Nemazivanan, there is a suggestion that says that most of you who have came forward to give evidence in this inquiry, most of you who gave us the statements about what has happened at the university are disgruntled, you did something wrong at the university, and Professor Mbati had to deal with you. I think it is in his statement also, Professor Mbati, as I was looking at his statement, that most of the people that are coming here are those who are disgruntled, who are coming to say bad things about him because he dealt with them, because he was intolerant of corruption, and all of that. So what would you say to that assertion?
I have heard this. Actually, even in the media, I've heard statements attributed to Professor Mbati that he is being attacked because he dealt with corruption. It may be true. I don't know which corruption he dealt with. I was never charged for corruption. And in fact, I was absolved by the CCMA and by the Labour Appeals Court. And the charges that were leveled against me could not be sustained in a formal environment. And in fact, the CCMA award said, the CCMA award said that the university's case against me was very thin. I'm sure members of the committee have copies of the award. It was very clear that there were no charges, sustainable charges against me. And that was confirmed by the Labour Appeals Court. So the charges that were leveled against me were trumped up, they were frivolous. And if the university still thinks that I am one of those that were involved in corruption, they should go and report me to the police. Because I do know, I'm saying this statement because I do know that I was reported to the Commercial Crimes Unit. And I also do know that a preliminary investigation by the Commercial Crimes Unit revealed that there was nothing that they could pursue. The police wrote a letter to the institution to tell them that there is no charge that they can pursue against me and Professor Pender. I also do know that that letter was never released to council, but the university does have that letter. And even the Commercial Crimes Unit can be followed up. So they did this, hoping that
Mr.
some critical and make sure that this form. Yes?
Oh,
Hello?
sorry, you were breaking up there. If you can just.
Okay. No, I was saying that they went ahead and brought these trumped up charges, hoping that some afflatus, some miracle will happen and I would be found guilty. But there are laws in this country, and there's a sense of fairness. And those processes vindicated me. I was vindicated by the CCMA, and that was finally confirmed by the Labour Appeals Court. If you look at the report, the award of the CCMA, 735 of that award says, the commissioner says, my finding is that the respondent has failed to prove that the dismissal of the applicant was for a fair reason within the meaning of section 188 of the Act. I have read the respondent's closing arguments, the respondent being the university. And although I appreciate the quality thereof, my view is that the respondent's case was very thin indeed, and it was easily broken. I find that it was unfair for the respondent to convict and then to dismiss the applicant as it did. This was substantively unfair. None of the charges was proved. So when Professor Mbati received this award, he didn't like it. He took it on review. Now, the Labour Appeals Court confirmed this award. In their report, a copy of which you have, a 3-person panel of judges, which included the president of the Labour Appeals Court, confirmed this finding of the Labour Court. They actually said that this was the right decision of the CCMA regarding this case, and they confirmed it. So, no way can it be proved that I was involved in corruption. So that allegation is false. It was not taken anywhere, and it was not proved anyway.
Okay. Obviously, as a result of this unlawful dismissal, it has resulted in a situation where you had to approach other forum, to seek relief and to get yourself back to work. I'm sure it has been a very emotional and quite financially draining exercise. You say it's for 8 years.
9 years.
9 years.
Suspension for 1 year, and then after that, the dismissal for 8 years.
And you said, in your view, the charges were just frivolous.
They were frivolous. Chairperson, if I might read you a sentence from the Labor Appeals Court judgment on page 13. It says, a plausible and reasonable justification for the sanction imposed was not shown to exist, and dismissal was not shown to be the appropriate sanction. Retrospective reinstatement into the position which the appellant held prior to CCMA was it follows for these reasons that the appeal must succeed and the orders of the labor court set aside. As to costs, there is no reason as to why costs, having regards to considerations of fairness and equity, should not follow the result. For these reasons, the following order is made. The appeal succeeds with costs. The order of the labor court is set aside and replaced as follows. The review application is dismissed with costs.
So how do you feel about the whole thing, Mr. Nomazivana? The fact that there was this 8, 9 wasted years of your life for something which you think was just frivolous, and the court has proven that it was frivolous.
I don't feel good. I don't understand certain things, but I understand that I don't understand. And that's how I can sustain myself.
Okay. Tell me, who was the chairperson of council when you were
there? When these things happened, it was Miss Mabusela.
Okay.
Shirley Mabusela. First, it was Judge Mukoro, but when I was charged, Judge Mukoro was no longer there. Judge Yvonne Mukoro. Then it was Mabusela. And after Mabusela, it was Mr. Sirobi Maja. Yes. Yeah. I actually even went to Mr. Maja's office and explained to him, I drove to Polokwane and showed him the documents that these things were frivolous and so on. And he was surprised that I was charged. But apparently after he met Professor Mbati, he got another understanding, which he thought was more reasonable than the documents that I had given to him.
Okay. Mr. Manenze made an allegation that Mrs. Mabusela was went on a trip to, what is it, America? Was it New York or wherever? Was it during the time when you were still there?
Honestly, I do not remember that.
Okay.
I do not remember that. What I do remember is the time when Mrs. Mabusela came to the university for a few days, and we were told that she was coming as the chair of the council, and that she would do a tour of the campus and familiarize herself with the campus. She came with her husband. And I also do know at that time that they were also taken on a tour to the Kruger National Park during the time that they were at the time at the university's expense.
Taken by whom?
By the university. By Professor Mbati. Professor Mbati was then Vice-Chancellor, and I'm sure he would have known about that if he did not. If he's not the one who instructed that it should take place, then he would have known about it.
Okay. At whose expense was that?
At the university's expense. They were using university transport.
Okay.
There was also a trip that to Zimbabwe, which I undertook with them. The University of Venda received a lot of students from Zimbabwe who were on the presidential scholarship, which President Mugabe managed, and he sent students here and would pay for them. Now, the minister that was responsible for that scholarship suggested that we go to Zimbabwe and meet with President Mugabe. And also, the University of Venda was assisting a certain university there in the teaching of Venda, because they were now introducing Chivenda. There's a Venda-speaking community in Zimbabwe. So we were going there, and I had said to the Vice-Chancellor, because we are going to be meeting with the president, it's proper that you go with me. But then he was busy. He suggested that since you're going to be meeting with the president of the country, it's better for you to go with the chairperson of the council and the deputy chair. We went there. That's the tip that I know. I did not say anything untoward regarding that.
Was she alone or was she with her husband?
She was not with her husband. She was alone. Okay. She was with the deputy chairperson of council.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else that you want to bring to our attention, Mr. Namazivanani, before we excuse you?
It's a matter that Mr. Manager raised of a company called Swartbeck. It's a company that says in its report that they do threat analysis in institutions. There's a report which I heard Mr. Manager saying that was forwarded to the committee.
Yeah, you keep on breaking.
The company apparently was retained to get. When one reads that, I think it's a matter of network.
Yeah, Mr.
Can you hear me?
You have to repeat now. I think there was a time when you couldn't hear you.
I was saying, when Mr. Manenge was testifying, he mentioned a report that he says he sent to you this morning because he had just
received that report, yes.
Yeah, that report was compiled by a company that was retained by the university, allegedly retained by the university, to do threat identification. What they do is to come and spy on staff. They ask staff members about other staff members. That's what one gathers as one reads that report. And in that report, it is said that I went to the Vice-Chancellor's house and shouted at the maid and accused her of certain things, when I never really went to the Vice-Chancellor's house and spoke to the maid. The only time that I would have gone to the Vice-Chancellor's house would be when there was everybody else and there would be a function or we would be discussing certain things. But so these people, if indeed it happened, if what is contained in the report is from them, are people that just came there and just concocted stories, submitted a report, and claimed money for payment. So I found it strange that a university would do that to staff.
Okay. We will ask them why did they do that? Who appointed this company? How was it appointed? But we received a copy of the report. I just did not go through it, but we did receive it. But let's take this opportunity to thank you, Mr. Namazivanani, for helping us with your testimony. At the end of the day, all what we are trying to establish here, we're trying to establish a character. We're trying to establish a fitness to hold office, whether given the activities of the past, is Professor Mbati the proper and fit person to be appointed, given all of these things that has happened at the University of Venda. That's why part A of the inquiry was starting at the University of Venda, because he was a Vice-Chancellor there. And the Higher Education Transformation Network says he's not a fit and proper person to be appointed in that position. So we are trying to gather this information about him and his leadership, but we also want to find out about what did the University Council do and all of that. So I think we appreciate your coming. We appreciate your cooperation. I think you tried as much as possible to answer the questions that we put to you, and would like to thank you. I'm not sure, but I think somebody owes you an apology, if it is not for the university. I really don't understand why the university is still treating you in this manner after all what has happened. In actual fact, the university should be apologizing to you to say we were wrong. We dismissed you from your employment. You went to the CCMA. The CCMA reinstated you. We challenged it. We won, but then you went to the Labor Appeal Court. You won. And so all these things comes with the resources. Comes with money. If you don't have money to pay for the lawyers, unfortunately, that's what happened. Sometimes justice is quite expensive in this country. To approach the courts, you want to approach the court just just like that. If you don't have any money to pay for the lawyers, it becomes difficult. But otherwise, thank you very much. You are free to follow the proceedings. We are back again on this issue on the 2nd of March. We will be continuing. So I'm sure that week we'll be finalizing all the witnesses. We are left with about 4 or so, 5 maybe maximum. And so we will be finalizing the part A, and then we'll go to the part B. After that, we will be deliberating on the issues that we picked up, and we'll finalize our report. The report of the committee will be published, so it's going to be a public document. But otherwise, members, it has been a long day. It's now 6:30 since we started at 9. Many people complain that parliamentarians are not working. They are just being paid there to go and sleep in parliament. And I'm sure all of you were on the platform. You didn't see any sleepy member here. Members of parliament are working very hard and doing one of the thankless job in this world, to hold people to account, to exercise oversight. And I always say to colleagues that what we are doing does not come with lots of friends. You are not going to have a lot of friends by asking the difficult questions. But unfortunately, it's our work. We have been elected to do this work. I hear some people are complaining that we are spending a week just talking about one case. This is what we have to do. We have picked up this case because it was brought to our attention. If there are other cases as well, let them come. We will also follow them up, time permitting, because it's our job to do that. Otherwise, thank you very much, honorable members, and thanks to all the guests, all our witnesses, all of you. Thanks for coming. We owe one witness an apology that we couldn't field him, but the Secretariat will be in touch with that witness. And we'll meet again on the 2nd of March. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
Long live the chair.
Long live democracy.
Long live.